Chapter 3295. Although Xiaohua is Star-Picking Tower's VIP, in Fujiwen's eyes, the prime val stones in Xiaohua's bag are far more important than Xiaohua's cultivation. Therefore, Fujiwen still treats Xiaohua as a fellow Daoist. Even though Xiaohua was a bit strange when the dragon bone appeared, Xiaohua's performance was too shocking. He actually didn't make any movement to resist. This made Fujiwen have a misconception that Xiaohua has a protective magic treasure or his innate bloodline is different from others. Therefore, he has always treated Xiaohua as a fellow Daoist who he can talk to freely. Xiaohua smiled and touched his nose. Speaking of bloodline power, he knows a lot more than Fujiwen. Therefore, he said, I naturally understand, demon. Oh, demon beast's cultivation is different from my hidden immortal continent's human cultivation. It completely relies on the inheritance of memories, the power of the flesh body's bloodline. As long as you are born well, you can cultivate well. This is a typical competition of fathers. Competition of fathers? Fujiwen slightly dazed, then immediately laughed out loud. Fellow Daoist Xiao is really interesting. That's right, demon beasts compete with their fathers. Whoever's father or mother's bloodline is more powerful, that person is more powerful. Xiaohua looked at the crystal floating in the air. The white horse in the crystal closed its eyes, its long horseface was somewhat convulsing. Obviously, the white horse was in a lot of pain before it was sealed. Suddenly, a kind of indescribable feeling emerged from Xiaohua's heart. Damn, it seems, when I was rescued by Xiao Jian, it should also be like this, right? At this moment, Fujiwen pointed at the white horse and said, as fellow Daoist Xiao said, this white horse's bidding is placed at the end of the auction. If it's not its father who is more powerful, then its mother who is more powerful. Then who are its parents? Xiaohua and Fujiwen very naturally had this question in their hearts. Not giving them much time to think, Yu Linfeng carefully put away his folding fan, the smile on his face disappeared, and he cupped his hands. Seniors, fellow Taoists, this horse is called Heavenly Horse. What? Heavenly Horse? Just as Yu Linfeng's words fell, an impatient cultivator immediately said, Is this the Heavenly Horse of the Immortal Palace? How could the Heavenly Horse of the Immortal Palace be banished to my hidden immortal continent? The Immortal Palace strictly forbids the loss of Pegasus. Who dares to bid for Pegasus? This person's words seemed to represent everyone's doubts, arousing everyone's curiosity. Everyone stared at Yu Linfeng, waiting for his answer. Yu Linfeng smiled faintly. Although my Zhai Xinglu has some power, it can't compare to the Immortal Palace. How can my Zhai Xinglu bid for a Pegasus that the Immortal Palace has banned? This horse is called the Pegasus, but it is not the Pegasus of the Immortal Palace. My fellow immortals, please listen carefully. When you go out, don't say that I bid for the Pegasus and provoke the Immortal Palace to send troops to hunt you down. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Some people even took the opportunity to shout, Immortal friend you, since it's not the Heavenly Horse of the Immortal Palace, why is it called Heavenly Horse? Didn't they just want to have some disputes with the Immortal Palace? Maybe the Immortal Palace has sent troops, and Zhai Xinglu will become even more famous in the hidden immortal continent. He, it's not as you said, fellow immortal. Although my Zhai Xinglu can't compare to the Immortal Palace, we don't need to use their prestige to whitewash our face. Yu Linfeng smiled faintly and pointed at the white horse. This Pegasus has a pure bloodline. Its father's bloodline is the famous solitary windchaser beast of the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. Its mother's bloodline is even more mysterious. To be honest, I've never heard of it. Even my Zhai Xinglu's consecrator can only guess. Fellow Daoist Yu, why don't you tell us? Hearing Yu Linfeng's pause, several people hastily called out. Ahem. A slightly dignified voice sounded from the third floor. Little friend Yu, hurry up and bid. What's the use of saying all this? This. Yu Linfeng was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly shut his mouth, as if someone had transmitted a message. After a moment, he said again, As for the Pegasus Mother's tribe, my Zhai Xinglu is not particularly clear. We only know that this mother's tribe may not be within the 3 continent. In short, this Pegasus deserves its name. Immortal friend Yu Your words. Some people were dissatisfied, but Yu Linfeng knew that he couldn't say more. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This Pegasus has the same starting price as the Scarlet Flame War Chariot, 50,000 supreme-grade primordial stones." I bid 60,000 tilde. Before Yu Linfeng could say the number of primordial stones for each bid, someone immediately bid. It didn't matter if this person bid, but everyone else bid. It seemed that other than Xiao Hua, all the guests on the third floor had bid. Xiao Hua was a bit puzzled and whispered, "Young Master Fu, I don't understand. The Scarlet Flame War Chariot just now, from my Dao Sec's point of view, is a flying Dharma artifact with offensive capabilities. It should be worth hundreds of thousands of supreme-grade primordial stones. But a Pegasus, even if it's really a Pegasus from the Immortal Palace, it shouldn't be worth so many primordial stones, right?" Fu Jiwen smiled and said, "I'm not a person like immortal friend Xiao, so I don't know what these seniors are thinking. But if you think about it carefully, a Pegasus has such a bloodline that even involves the beyond heaven. If you get a Pegasus, you might be able to obtain information about the beyond heaven, which might be beneficial for your ascension. Moreover, a real Pegasus is the exclusive property of the Immortal Palace. It's something that you can't get no matter how many primordial stones you have. Now, this Pegasus doesn't seem to be inferior to the Pegasus from the Immortal Palace. If you use it as a mount, wouldn't it be even more imposing than the Scarlet Flame War Chariot? If immortal friend Xiao has extra primordial stones, you might as well take it out to bid. This thing, TSK, where do you go with it? People will know it's you before you even show up. You'll have a lot of face. Of course, if immortal friend Xiao rides it, you have to be careful not to be targeted by others." Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua finally understood that Fu Jiwen was treating him as a country bumpkin who hadn't seen the world. Moreover, he said it so obviously, he was treating him as someone close to him. He couldn't help but laugh. "I do have some primordial stones, but I'm used to flying. Who would ride a horse? At the very least. I'll get a phoenix to ride." "Ride a phoenix?" TSK. Immortal friend Xiao's tone is really big. "When you ride it one day, let me broaden my horizons." Fu Jiwen curled his lips and smiled. He was very disdainful. "Damn it, I have really ridden a phoenix before. Moreover, I've changed many positions." Xiao Hua was secretly proud. 200,000 top-grade primordial stones. This voice seemed to belong to young Master Duanmu. However, when he thought about how he haggled over 3 top-grade primordial stones, Xiao Hua really doubted whether he had 200,000 top-grade primordial stones. Sure enough, that leaky voice laughed coldly. "Kid from the Duanmu family, Windy Mo, cut off your tongue. 200,000 top-grade primordial stones, can you take it out now? Immortal friend, whether I have 200,000 primordial stones or not is my business. Whether I bid or not is your business. There's no reason for you to doubt my primordial stones. Why don't you bid 1 top-grade primordial stone?" "Chimpate. Little brat, I bid 210,000 top-grade primordial stones. Hehe, fellow immortal friends, I have just received everyone's support and obtained the Scarlet Flame War Chariot. I will not participate in this heavenly horse." Princess Baihua's somewhat weak voice sounded again. It was very clear to everyone who heard it. Duanmu Qing tilde, the girl from the Murong family, opened her mouth and called out young Master Duanmu's name without any trace of politeness. "You already have the golden chariot and dragon horse. Why are you bidding for the heavenly horse? Miss Murong, aren't you slapping this little brother's face?" Duanmu Qing clearly did not dare to call out the name of the girl from the Murong family. She said with some hidden bitterness, "I haven't been able to find a suitable flying beast for my golden chariot. That dragon horse was only temporarily borrowed from someone else. This heavenly horse is my main purpose today. And you already have a flying rock on your lily chariot. What's the use of this white horse? I like it." Miss Murong chuckled and said, "Furthermore, I have always wanted to ride the heavenly horse to every corner of the hidden immortal continent. I can't get the heavenly horse from the Immortal Palace. Isn't this heavenly horse what I want? What do you little brats know? I want this heavenly horse. 250,000 top-grade primordial stones." The voice that was the first to bid spoke again. Marshal Ao, I know that you are representing the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace today. If you let me have this item, I will owe the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace a favor. You. Who are you? The voice from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace that had always been as steady as a mountain was now somewhat surprised. You didn't even say your name. How can I agree? All right, Tilda, in that case, little brother Zhu, I will offend you. That voice raised his voice, and then a violent yellow wind was born from that place. It was like thousands of flying swords streaking across the sky, splitting the entire night sky. Seeing that the night sky illusion of the bright moon palace was about to be destroyed, Zhu Qing's voice sounded faintly. Alas, seniors, you are making things difficult for me. Soon after, a shooting star was seen emerging from a corner, flying against the yellow wind. Sizzle. The violent sound of water falling into a pot of oil was heard. The yellow wind gradually stopped, but the entire night sky was boiling. All of the night sky was shaved off, revealing several white jade carved towers. Now that the origin array on the third floor has been removed, if seniors want to bid face to face, you can go to the pavilions. As Zhu Qing spoke, his figure appeared in front of the crystal of the heavenly horse. Faint ripples appeared under his feet, clearly separating the people on the third floor from the people who had fallen down. Who are you, fellow immortal? Now that you can show your true appearance, I really want to know. Who dares to order my Eastern Sea Dragon Palace around? A humanoid man with a dragon head and a golden crown on his head and golden armor on his body appeared on a pavilion. He looked at the opposite side and said faintly. This man was more than 10 feet tall. On the ferocious dragon head, his arrogant eyebrows were thick and black. A pair of eyes that were half a size larger than an ordinary person's flashed with a trace of fierceness. Obviously, this was Marshal Ao of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. -11. Chapter 3296. Tilda. The leaky voice finally came from a building. A short and thin old man dressed in an earthen yellow robe walked out of the light. I'm Archean Eon Ridge Jifeng. People call me Old Demon Jifeng. Old Demon Jifeng? Ao Shui frowned and sized up the old man. The old man's head was very small. His eyes were wrinkled and shiny. Beside his slightly protruding mouth, there were 2 long and hard beards. If he was not wrong, he should be a rat spirit. If the Eastern Sea Patrol has not heard of my name, I have nothing to say. After all, I am only slightly famous in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Old Demon Jifeng was not surprised by Ao Shui's sizing up. He smiled and said, after all, in this star-picking tower, one has to rely on primeval stones to speak. Hehe, since Jifeng knows that you are not famous, why should my Eastern Sea Dragon Palace give in? Ao Shui said coldly, one has to rely on strength to speak. Strength? He. Old Demon Jifeng smiled, if strength is useful, why do we need primeval stones? Junior will raise the price by 251,000 supreme-grade primeval stones. Do the 2 seniors want to raise the price? On the balcony far away, Duanmu Qing's figure appeared. She cupped her hands at the 2 and said respectfully, Little brat Tilda. Old Demon Jifeng could not help but scold, can't you see that I am negotiating with the Eastern Sea Patrol? What does it have to do with you? You are really holding down the gourd and raising the ladle. Duanmu Qing was very unhappy. She said coldly, Senior, if you are talking to me and calling me that, I won't dare to argue with you. After all, you are old. Even if you don't respect me, I can't do anything about it. But now that we are bidding, I am representing my Duanmu family. If you call me a little brat, aren't you scolding my entire Duanmu family? Mph. Old Demon Jifeng was slightly stunned. Clearly, he did not expect Duanmu Qing to refute. He snorted and said, Do you think that you can represent the Duanmu family because you are just a little girl from the Murong family? Even if I kill you, Duanmu Tianji will not blame me. Old Demon Jifeng Tilda. The young mistress of the Murong family rebuked, Are you joking with me? He is the only one from the Duanmu family here, and he can represent the Duanmu family on that day. Since I'm the only one in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, does that mean I can represent the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? Old Monster Jifeng looked at Duanmu Qing with disdain and said, This heavenly horse is something this old man must obtain. Its bloodline is very beneficial to this old man's cultivation. You are not my opponent. I will deal with you after I discuss with the East Sea Dragon Palace. Old monster Ji Feng, the East Sea Dragon Palace is also very interested in the bloodline of the Pegasus. We will never give up. Ao Shuai immediately said before old monster Ji Feng could finish his sentence. Old monster Ji Feng was not surprised by Ao Shuai's determination and said with a smile, Inspector, actually, with your East Sea Dragon clan's bloodline, don't you think that the Heavenly Horse's bloodline is a little too thin? Ao Shuai frowned and asked, whether it's weak or not, we can only know after using it. Who can say for sure now? What if this old man tells you a brighter path? Old monster Ji Feng seemed to have a card up his sleeve as he spoke. Oh, brighter. Ao Shuai's bulging dragon eyes revealed a trace of light. Tell me first. Hehe, how can it be that simple? If the inspector agrees to this old man's conditions, this old man will naturally say it. Furthermore, this old man will also lend you a hand. This. Ao Shuai pondered for a moment and looked at the heavenly horse in the crystal. He nodded and said, all right, this old man agrees. Great tilde old monster Ji Feng was overjoyed and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Sure enough, after a few words, Ao Shuai's face revealed a look of surprise. He actually forgot to send a voice transmission and said anxiously, is this true? How can this old man lie to you? Old monster Ji Feng said proudly, this old man still needs to help you from the side. Ao Shuai nodded and a fierce look flashed on his dragon head. This inspector will listen to you and not bid for this heavenly horse with you. However, if you are lying, don't blame my East Sea Dragon Palace for being ruthless. Yes, Inspector, please don't worry. This old man is a well-known figure in Archean Aeon Ridge. How can I deceive the East Sea Dragon Palace? This old man doesn't want to be hunted down by the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. Old monster Ji Feng was overjoyed. The East Sea Dragon Palace was the strongest in this auction. Old monster Ji Feng believed that he could resist Ao Shuai, but the primordial stones in his pouch could not compare to Ao Shuai's. With Ao Shuai's withdrawal, old monster Ji Feng was almost 90% confident. Yes. Ao Shuai snorted faintly and retreated to the balcony, disappearing from sight. It was considered that he was no longer bidding. Murong family's little girl. Old monster Ji Feng spoke again. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Zhu Qing coughed twice from afar and said, Senior, you. Isn't this too obvious? You're making things difficult for me. Yes, old monster Ji Feng's actions were clearly not in line with Zhai Xinglu's interests. It was also prohibited by the Bright Moon Palace. As the saying goes, although a big shop bullies its customers, a big customer also bullies the shop. Old monster Ji Feng was relying on his own strength to blatantly violate the Bright Moon Palace's prohibition. Wasn't this blatantly bullying Zhai Xinglu? However, there was another saying that was right. Amicability breeds wealth. Zhu Qing was clear that Zhai Xinglu also had a few high officials in charge. Not to mention dealing with old monster Ji Feng, even dealing with the East Sea Dragon Palace would not be a problem. However, the problem was that as long as they shed all pretense of cordiality, many things would have to be resolved with strength. This caused a lot of conflicts. Although old monster Ji Feng had violated the ban, he had already called the price to a relatively high level, which could be considered as giving Zhu Qing some leeway. It was not at the end of the line, so Zhu Qing only spoke out to remind him and did not use the consecrations. Haha, since that's the case, this old man does not dare to make things difficult for young friend Zhu. I bid 270,000 supreme-grade primordial stones. Old monster Ji Feng's rat eyes glanced at the Bright Moon Palace and laughed loudly. I bid 280,000 supreme-grade primordial stones. Young Master Duanmu's face was very calm and did not show any signs of movement. That young Miss Murong also laughed, but still did not reveal her true feelings. This servant bids 290,000 supreme-grade primordial stones. It seemed that the three of them were not willing to give up. In just a moment, the primordial stones had increased to 400,000. Sigh, young friend Zhu, look, if this continues, there will be no end. Old monster Ji Feng laughed bitterly. This old man really has other things to do. I really cannot afford to waste time here. This old man can also see that these two young friends are determined to get this item, but there is no meaning in bidding with primordial stones. Moreover, if the two young friends from the aristocratic families suddenly bid 1,000,000 supreme-grade primordial stones, to be honest, this old man also cannot afford it. If Senior cannot afford it, you can withdraw. Young Master Duanmu smiled faintly. Millimeter, this old man can withdraw. Old Monster Zhifeng's tone was also indifferent, but this item involves this old man's cultivation. This old man cannot let it go. If you do not use this old man's method to bid for this item, if this old man does not live well, others should not think about living well. Even if there is someone who can be protected by Zhai Xinglu, this old man does not believe that he will not walk on the hidden immortal continent in this lifetime. Senior. Zhu Qing's face turned cold as he said, spirit fruits can be eaten carelessly, spirit wine can be drunk carelessly, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. What is the meaning of Senior saying all this here? Could it be that you are threatening the other immortal friends? No, no. Old Monster Zhifeng stretched his waist and laughed. This old man is just casually complaining, that's all. That's good. Zhu Qing said faintly, those who come to my Zhai Xinglu are this Jew's honored guests. This Jew does not wish for any unpleasant things to happen. Moreover, this Jew's patience is also a bit, I do not wish to be forced. He. Young friend Zhu, this old man will raise the bidding price of this Pegasus to 500,000 supreme-grade primordial stones. Old Monster Zhifeng laughed. Of course, this is already the limit that this old man can take out. This one. Not waiting for Old Monster Zhifeng to finish, young Master Duanmu opened his mouth again. Chempage. Old Monster Zhifeng snorted coldly. Why is the Duanmu family's upbringing so bad? Can't you see that this old man has not finished speaking? Old Monster Zhifeng. Young Master Duanmu was also unhappy. This one respects you as a senior and has always been patient. Don't think that just because you have some reputation in the Thousand Demons sacred realm, you can be arrogant in my hidden immortal continent. Young Master Duanmu. Young Miss Murong spoke. Who doesn't know how to raise the price? Why not be a little patient? This is Zhai Xinglu's auction. It will definitely be fair for us. Why be anxious? Young Miss Murong was patient while the other was anxious. Naturally, she also expressed her displeasure. However, she was much more polite than young Master Duanmu, causing Old Monster Zhifeng to roll his eyes in confusion and become vigilant in his heart. Forget it, Old Monster Zhifeng, you can speak. Young Master Duanmu was clearly somewhat afraid of young Miss Murong as he sighed. Old Monster Zhifeng ignored him and looked at Zhu Qing. Young friend Zhu, this Pegasus race will be sold for 500,000 supreme-grade primordial stones. Today, it can be considered as not letting your Zhai Xinglu down, right? Zhu Qing's eyes were bright as he looked at Old Monster Zhifeng and said, Senior, if you have something to say, please say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. This old man only wants to say. Old Monster Zhifeng chuckled and said, your Zhai Xinglu has sold this Pegasus race for others to watch. Or for others to use it. Zhu Qing's expression did not change as he said with a smile, whether it's to watch or to use it, it has nothing to do with Zhai Xinglu. That's what the Pegasus owner wants. But if one does not have the ability to subdue the Pegasus, they can only seal it in the crystal. Or if the crystal seal is opened, the Pegasus will escape and return to your Zhai Xinglu to bid again. My Zhai Xinglu will not do such a boring thing. Zhu Qing shook his head and replied. Young Miss Murong smiled and said, Senior Zhifeng, what you mean is, we will all use 500,000 supreme-grade primordial stones as the base price. Whoever has the ability to subdue the Pegasus can bid for it. -11. Chapter 3297. Ha ha ha, the girl from the Murong family is smart. That's exactly what I meant. Old Demon Zhifeng laughed loudly. Temph, if we can subdue it, who will it belong to? Young Master Duanmu laughed coldly. Naturally, it will belong to young Master Duanmu or young Lady Murong. It has nothing to do with me. Old Demon Zhifeng answered cleanly. All right, we'll do as you say. Young Master Duanmu did not hesitate and immediately agreed. It was obvious that he was prepared to subdue the Pegasus. Old demon Ji Feng looked in the direction of the Murong family and asked indifferently, "What about the girl from the Murong family? How about it?" Senior Ji Feng Tilda, the eldest young lady from the Murong family, did not say anything. Instead, Zhu Qing asked, "It would be best if one of you can subdue the Pegasus. But if no one can subdue it, who will it belong to?" "Naturally, it will belong to young Master Duanmu or young Lady Murong. It has nothing to do with me." Old demon Ji Feng looked like he had the confidence to capture it. "What if the Pegasus is released and my Zhai Xinglu's origin array and consecrators are unable to subdue it?" Zhu Qing asked again. "Oh." This time, even Xiao Hua, who was listening at the side, felt his heart skip a beat. He thought to himself, it seems that old demon Ji Feng was right. Zhai Xinglu is hiding something. "Don't worry, little friend Zhu." Old demon Ji Feng smiled, "Since this idea was thought of by me, the 500,000 supreme-grade origin stones will naturally be paid by me." "All right." Zhu Qing heard old demon Ji Feng's words and took responsibility for all the accidents. Naturally, he did not have any objections and nodded. "Fellow immortals." Old demon Ji Feng raised his head and said loudly, "Please, everyone, watch carefully. If anything happens, this old man's supreme-grade origin stones will fly with the Pegasus." "Ha ha. You old demon, you're so troublesome. You want to take advantage of my Zhai Xinglu, yet you want us to help you." A slightly old voice sounded from the top of the Bright Moon Palace. "Many thanks, many thanks." Old monster Ji Feng cupped his hands towards the sky and laughed heartily. "I didn't have enough confidence to subdue this heavenly horse." At this moment, the voice of the eldest daughter of the Murong family rang out. Then, a woman dressed in pink with a scarf covering her face walked out from the balcony. Beneath her feet was a cloud of lilies as she steadily stood in midair. However, since Senior Ji Feng is willing to take on the same risk, this servant can't not show her support. Good. Since that's the case, let's use our methods. Let's see who can lead this heavenly horse away. Old monster Ji Feng waved his hand, revealing a sharp little claw from within his loose robe. Right at this moment, another voice resounded. Xiao Hua, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, stepped out from the balcony. He took 2 steps in midair and said with a smile, "I didn't expect this auction to be so lively. I wanted to wait until the end of the auction. Who knew that things would develop to such an extent? If I still don't come out, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to obtain this heavenly horse." "Oh." Everyone was surprised. Old monster Ji Feng blinked his small eyes and looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe. He sneered, "Who the hell are you? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? This one is not a green onion. This one is the Dao sect's Xiao Hua." Xiao Hua wasn't angry and said indifferently, "Moreover, I don't think I'm being arrogant. I'm only bidding for a heavenly horse. Especially, even if I fail, I won't lose half a piece of origin stone. Why wouldn't I participate?" Xiao Hua's sudden appearance not only made old demon Ji Feng unhappy, but even young noble Duanmu narrowed his eyes. He closely stared at Xiao Hua and waited for old demon Ji Feng to ask before speaking. "Xiao Hua, do you know what is meant by if you don't seek death, you won't die? Earlier, you went against me time and time again, and I endured it time and time again. I even sent you a visiting card, but I didn't expect that. At this moment, you really want to fight me to the death." Young Master Duanmu, what young Master Zhu said earlier was extremely good. Spirit fruits can be eaten indiscriminately, spirit wine can be drunk indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. I'm here to bid with origin stones and have taken a fancy to this heavenly horse. Moreover, I'm also a VIP on the 3rd floor. Why can't I bid? Could it be that young master has already taken this heavenly horse as his exclusive property? Xiao Hua didn't care about young master Duanmu's anger and only said indifferently. At first, he didn't want to participate in the bidding, but when he saw the pitiful state of the heavenly horse being sealed in the crystal, he sighed in his heart. He carefully looked at the heavenly horse, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He didn't have any flying mounts, and bidding for this heavenly horse was just right for him to use as a means of transportation. Moreover, Xiao Hua, who was used to using the lightning escape technique, could only rely on the flying talisman to fly, How could he endure it? If he offended a certain expert, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. If this heavenly horse could fly very fast, it would definitely be the best method for him to escape. Therefore, he participated in the bidding at the last moment, and he also had the heart to win. PH, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although young Master Duanmu didn't say the thing at the end, it was obvious that he really didn't care about Xiao Hua. He still remembered the matter of the 3 origin stones clearly. Golden core cultivation method. What would he do with that thing? However, Xiao Hua indeed didn't seem to have any high cultivation, but that kind of calmness that was as steady as a mountain couldn't be underestimated. Especially when Xiao Hua's words were reasonable. This was a bidding. If Xiao Hua had the qualifications, why couldn't he bid? Young Master Zhu. Duanmu Qing looked at Zhu Qing, who was watching from the side, and said indifferently, "Does this Dao sect loose cultivator have the qualifications to bid for this heavenly horse? If young Master Zhu doesn't have the confidence, after he bids, young Master Zhu won't be able to receive any origin stones." Many thanks for young Master Duanmu's reminder. Zhu Qing's face didn't reveal any special expression as he said, "Every VIP who participated in the auction, my Zhaixing Lu has seen their small Chenkuan bags. Although this immortal friend is a Dao sect loose cultivator, he is no exception. He can pay 500,000 top-grade origin stones. A broken down Dao sect loose cultivator can take out 500,000 top-grade origin stones. What's wrong with this world? Why do I feel that it's unreal?" Duanmu Qing really couldn't understand. Luckily, he was also from a prestigious family. Perhaps he had other thoughts in his heart, but his mouth and face didn't show any strange expression. Xiao Hua smiled. "What? Are you looking down on my Dao sect? If I can take out 500,000 origin stones, will you be able to bid for this heavenly horse? Does young Master Duanmu dare to make a bet?" Young Master Duanmu said coldly, "If you dare to continue bidding with me, let's see who has more origin stones. I will definitely bet with you." Of course. Xiao Hua took out his small Chenkuan bag and said, "Let's compete now. Whoever has more origin stones will take the heavenly horse away." Of course I can. But does anyone else agree? Young Master Duanmu didn't back down. Although he didn't take out his small Chenkuan bag, he still replied. Hearing young Master Duanmu's reply, Xiao Hua laughed in his heart. Just now, for 3 top-grade primordial stones and other things, young Master Duanmu wanted to express his goodwill. How could young Master Duanmu have 500,000 top-grade primordial stones on him? He would definitely buy it first, then leave the golden carriage and dragon horse here, and then make up for the rest of the primordial stones. Thus, Xiao Hua said loudly, "How about this? Let's compete in origin stones. Whoever has less origin stones will withdraw from the bidding for the heavenly horse. How about that?" "You!" Young Master Duanmu's suppressed anger finally exploded. His expression changed and he shouted loudly, "Xiao Hua, did you eat a leopard's guts? Although I don't want to cause trouble, but you insist on finding trouble with me. Don't blame me for being impolite." Seeing young Master Duanmu's stern voice, Xiao Hua knew that his guess was not wrong. His cultivation had not recovered. Why would he take the initiative to find trouble with him? Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Look at what young Master Duanmu said. I met young Master Duanmu before entering Zhaixing Lu. It can be considered fate. Didn't we appreciate each other when we were bidding just now? Why did young Master Duanmu lose his composure when I participate in the bidding for the heavenly horse? Even if young Master Duanmu is determined to win, there are still others beside you. Did I hinder young Master Duanmu by participating?" Hearing Xiao Hua mention others, young Master Duanmu's heart trembled. That old demon Ji Feng of the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm was the first to question Xiao Hua. He refuted Xiao Hua for a long time and didn't want him to participate. However, that old demon Ji Feng didn't say a word. It was really strange. Since he didn't speak, there was no need for him to block anything for old demon Ji Feng. "All right," young Master Duanmu casually said and looked at old demon Ji Feng. However, he, who had an unhappy face just now, was now quietly standing there. He didn't even look at Xiao Hua. His pair of rat eyes fell on the heavenly horse in the crystal, as if the heavenly horse was about to fly out. Is there something strange about the heavenly horse? Young Master Duanmu hurriedly looked at the crystal. However, the heavenly horse in the crystal was the same as before. There was no change at all. What young Master Duanmu didn't know was that on another balcony, young Miss Murong was indeed staring at Xiao Hua with her beautiful eyes. Her brows were slightly knitted and no one knew what she was thinking. There was indeed something strange about this. However, the strange thing wasn't the heavenly horse, but Xiao Hua. Young Miss Murong could clearly see that old demon Jifeng was originally looking at Xiao Hua unhappily. However, when his gaze fell on Xiao Hua, he couldn't move. It was as if Xiao Hua was a monster that was even more female than a female mouse. He deeply attracted old demon Jifeng's rat eyes. However, soon after, an indescribable expression flashed through old demon Jifeng's eyes. He immediately looked at the heavenly horse and no longer paid attention to Xiao Hua. Did he discover something? This filled young Miss Murong's heart with curiosity. He was only a loose cultivator from a broken Daoist sect. What did he have that was worthy of the attention of an old demon from the Thousand Demons sacred realm? Although she was curious, young Miss Murong still smiled and said, "Young Master Duanmu, this suggestion was made by Senior Jifeng. Why don't you ask him first? What's the point of agreeing for no reason? Don't you think so, Senior Jifeng?" -11. Chapter 3298. I don't mind. Old monster Jifeng shifted his gaze away from the Pegasus and looked thoughtfully at the veiled Miss Murong. He lightly nodded. As long as you have the qualifications to bid and believe that you can subdue this Pegasus, you can naturally participate. Old monster Jifeng's tone was so light that Duanmu Gongzi didn't know what to do. Perhaps I was making a mountain out of a molehill. Duanmu Gongzi immediately blushed with shame at his own lack of calm. Unfortunately, he wasn't a roundworm in old monster Jifeng's stomach. How could he know that old monster Jifeng's heart was currently in turmoil? Old monster Jifeng's original body was a spirit mouse. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he was able to see through the mysteries of the heavens and stepped into the ranks of demons from an ignorant demonic beast. In the hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation, he had encountered countless dangers. These dangers were admittedly the tribulations on the path of cultivation, but they also allowed him to cultivate an extremely sharp sense. In addition to the spirit mouse's innate intelligence, it allowed him to have the instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. This instinct had saved his life more than once. Today, the moment old monster Jifeng saw Xiao Hua, he did not pay attention to him at all. He felt that Xiao Hua was merely a little fellow with around the first grade of elemental energy. However, when he finished speaking and was about to look at Duanmu Qing, who had spoken, and ponder on how to benefit from the conflict between Duanmu Qing and Xiao Hua that had yet to be made clear, a slight sense of vigilance arose in his heart. This caused him to have no choice but to look at Xiao Hua again. This time, a fear that came from the bottom of his heart when facing a high-level demon actually appeared in his heart. Although this fear disappeared in a flash, even old monster Jifeng himself felt that it was inexplicable. He simply couldn't capture it. However, this feeling caused old monster Jifeng's heart to tremble. Following which, old monster Jifeng unhesitatingly used 1,000 Goblin Saint Realm Spirit Mouse's secret technique. However, what made old monster Jifeng surprised was that he couldn't sense any 1,000 Goblin Saint Realm aura from Xiao Hua's body. He couldn't even find any traces of a demon. What Xiao Hua displayed was the cultivation of a human from the Dao sect. It was the same as what he saw. Therefore, old monster Jifeng used the opportunity to observe the Pegasus in the crystal to carefully organize his thoughts. He was pondering what kind of thing Xiao Hua was. He didn't doubt his own extraordinary acuity, nor did he doubt his own secret technique. Since there was a contradiction between the two conclusions, this contradiction must lie with Xiao Hua. Perhaps Xiao Hua had the relics of a high-level demon of the 1,000 Demon Saint realm, or perhaps Xiao Hua had a high-level demon pet. This kind of powerful backing gave Xiao Hua the courage to come and bid. As for the possibility that Xiao Hua was a demon, It only flashed through old monster Zhifeng's mind for a moment before disappearing. This was because old monster Zhifeng's secret technique had never failed. No matter how high-level a demon he faced, no matter what kind of aura-concealing secret technique this demon cultivated, this was because this was old monster Zhifeng's innate ability as a spirit mouse. In particular, if Xiao Hua was a demon, it was impossible for him to have the cultivation of Taoism. Old monster Zhifeng smelled the aura of true essence from Xiao Hua's meridians. How could a demon have meridians? How could Xiao Hua know that old monster Zhifeng had seen through him so much? Seeing that the most troublesome old monster Zhifeng didn't even say a second word in agreement, Xiao Hua also stared blankly. Then, he smiled and said, "Since it's like this Xiao thanks senior, Mn." Old monster Zhifeng nodded. However, he shouted towards the surroundings again, "The four of us are preparing to use our own methods to subdue this Pegasus. If any immortal friends still have ideas, please come out now. Otherwise, when we begin to subdue it, you can no longer make a move." After old monster Zhifeng finished speaking, no one answered for a while. Old monster Zhifeng said to Zhu Qing, "Little friend Zhu, you also saw it. Only the four of us are preparing to subdue this Pegasus. Why don't you quickly release this Pegasus?" Wait tilde just as Zhu Qing was about to speak, the eldest miss of the Murong family opened her mouth. "Senior Zhifeng, little girl, what's wrong now?" Old monster Zhifeng was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. He said somewhat impatiently. The eldest miss of the Murong family smiled and said, "This servant originally planned to return to my family's seniors to tame this Pegasus after buying this Pegasus. Just now, because young Master Duanmu participated in the bidding, this servant mustered up the courage to accompany young Master Duanmu. Now that immortal friend Xiao is participating in the bidding, I reckon that he also has a method to tame this Pegasus. Then this servant will not blindly meddle in this, so as to avoid making a fool of myself." Oh! Not only was old monster Zhifeng surprised, his small mouse eyes slightly flashed. Even young Master Duanmu frowned. Although the eldest miss of the Murong family spoke courteously, everyone present understood that this eldest miss of the Murong family was giving face to Xiao Hua. Strange. This Murong Tsongyun has always had her eyes above her head. When did she know this little tramp from the Dao sect? Young Master Duanmu was truly puzzled. Actually, not only Duanmu Qing, even Xiao Hua himself was greatly stunned. He rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "Miss Murong, we do not know each other, there is no need to be so courteous." "It has nothing to do with this," Murong Tsongyun said with a smile. "This servant is a woman, I cannot compare to the divine abilities of men like you. If I continue to be angry with this beast, wouldn't I lose my Confucian upbringing? This servant will not make a fool of herself. You all use your divine abilities to tame this Pegasus." After speaking, without waiting for anyone to speak, she turned around and disappeared into the pavilion. Old monster Zhifeng naturally did not care if Murong Tsongyun participated in the bidding or not. He cautiously glanced at Xiao Hua, turned his head and said to the distant Zhu Qing, "Little friend Zhu, you can release this Pegasus now." Zhu Qing glanced at the three people and could not help but remind them, "Three immortal friends, this Pegasus' speed is definitely much faster than what you all think. Moreover, its temper is extremely violent. It is said that, it was only by luck that we were able to capture it after being surrounded by many experts. As for others, they were only able to sell it to my Zhai Xinglu for bidding when they were unable to tame it. Why don't the three immortal friends work together to surround this Pegasus and then do the other things?" All right. Duanmu Qing naturally trusted Zhu Qing's words. She glanced at Xiao Hua and old monster Zhifeng's position and flew up a bit to face the two of them. She surrounded the crystal that sealed the Pegasus in the middle. Xiao Hua, who was opposite Duanmu Qing, did not mind. After all, the space in the Bright Moon Palace was not too big. Moreover, the three of them surrounded the Pegasus. No matter how fast the Pegasus was, it might not be faster than his ethereal steps. Moreover, his current magic power was not enough to activate the lightning evasion. However, he could activate the wind evasion for a moment. As long as he had the opportunity to get close to the Pegasus, Wouldn't he be able to use the dragon-elephant force in his arms to tame this Pegasus? Looking at old monster Zhifeng, who was standing there without moving, he was even more confident than Xiao Hua. Seeing this, Zhu Qing naturally could not say anything else. He raised his head and looked at the night sky above the bright moon palace. He extended his hand and took out a thumb-sized rhombus-shaped crystal. That crystal seemed to be of the same origin as the crystal that sealed the Pegasus. Just as he took it out, it immediately emitted a faint radiance. That radiance swept across the surface of the rhombus-shaped crystal and refracted onto the large crystal. A multicolored light suddenly flashed from the large crystal. Zhu Qing waved his hand and the small rhombus-shaped crystal landed in midair. Then, Zhu Qing opened his mouth and a breath of vital energy landed on the crystal. Pang! A crisp sound rang out and the entire small crystal immediately turned into 9 petals. It was like a transparent chrysanthemum blossoming in midair. Zhu Qing extended his hand again and extended his middle finger. He opened his mouth and a ray of sword aura shot out. Then, he flicked his middle finger and a bunch of blood essence flew out from his middle finger and landed on the 9 flower-like crystals. Following Zhu Qing's final flick of his sleeve, numerous righteous qi rushed out and carried the 9 small crystals to 9 spots on the large crystal. But at the places where the 9 small crystals landed, ripples immediately appeared on the large crystal. At the places where the ripples collided, even more fine lines appeared on the surface of the entire crystal. In just a moment, the entire surface of the crystal was completely covered by the ripples and started to rapidly tremble. Just like boiling water, the crystals became smaller and smaller under the ripples. The Pegasus' snow-white back and its frosty ponytail were revealed. Senior Zhifeng, young Master Duanmu, fellow immortal Xiao. Seeing the Pegasus appear, Zhu Qing's face showed caution. He could not help but remind them again, the Pegasus is about to be released. All of you, be careful. Don't worry, I have woken up. Duanmu Qing smiled proudly. She reached into her bosom and took out a dazzling golden object. She glanced at old monster Zhifeng and said, Senior Zhifeng, who will make a move first? Should we make a move now or wait until the Pegasus is completely free? Oh my, this is your Duanmu family's dragon-subduing lock? Old monster Zhifeng glanced at it and said somewhat exaggeratedly, it seems like those 4 dragon horses were subdued by this dragon-subduing lock. You have prepared extremely well. Hihi, Senior Zhifeng, this kid does not have your cultivation. If I did not have any imperial equipment on me, how would I dare to come down and subdue the Pegasus? Duanmu Qing replied with a smile. At the same time, she looked at Xiao Hua. Old monster Zhifeng looked at the Pegasus' neck that was already revealed and said, as long as the Pegasus is able to wake up, there is no need to wait for the crystals to disappear. The 3 of us will make a move at the same time. Whoever can make a move first will get it. Okay, we will do as Senior says. Hearing that, Duanmu Qing immediately chanted. It was actually the same as the Dao sect's magic equipment. That dazzling golden object flew into the air and actually transformed into a long chain. At the front of this chain, there was even a chain-like protrusion. A kind of hard-to-resist restrictive force was born from this dragon-subduing lock's golden light. Kid, what magic equipment do you have? Why are you not taking it out? Old monster Zhifeng looked at Xiao Hua curiously. Although Xiao Hua looked like he was eager to fight, he did not take out the magic equipment that he expected. Xiao Hua smiled and said, I do not need any magic equipment to subdue the Pegasus. Oh! Old monster Zhifeng faintly raised his eyebrows. He did not show any astonishment. -11. Chapter 3299. Fellow Immortals, I am about to make my move. Seeing that the Pegasus had already revealed its head and that the crystal only had a small layer around the Pegasus's stomach and tail, Duanmu Qing glanced at Xiao Hua and old monster Zhifeng. She pointed with her finger and that dragon-subduing lock released a golden light that soared into the sky and slowly flew towards the Pegasus. Nay. The Pegasus's head was able to move, but its eyes had not yet opened. It immediately raised its head and let out a not too loud neigh. Following that, a pu-pu sound came from its mouth and nose. The tail that had been sealed in the crystal rose into the air at the same time. Lock. Seeing that the Pegasus had moved, Duanmu Qing did not dare to be slow. She pointed with her finger and that dragon-subduing lock turned into a ray of light and fell towards the Pegasus. The golden chain was aimed at the Pegasus's body and the golden chain was aimed at the Pegasus's head that had just been raised. Roar! The Pegasus seemed to have sensed danger and opened its mouth again. At this time, the neigh was like that of an angry demonic beast. Following this neigh, the Pegasus finally opened its eyes. Hiss! Xiao Hua saw the Pegasus's eyes and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was because the Pegasus's eyes were not an ordinary dark brown. It did not even have any obvious pupils. Furthermore, they were bright balls of light. Together with two bright pearls, they were even more like two balls of bright moonlight. Just as Xiao Hua was stunned, the four hooves of the Pegasus moved slightly. Four clouds that seemed to glow with the same light appeared in midair. At the same time, the Pegasus emitted a faint white light around its body, blocking the power of the dragon-subduing lock. As the muscles on the Pegasus's four legs trembled like flowing water, the Pegasus's incomparably strong figure really was like a white horse passing through a crack in the air. A series of afterimages appeared in the air, easily escaping from Duanmu Qing's imperial equipment. Duanmu Qing saw that her attack that she was confident in had missed. Her face immediately revealed shame and anger. Especially when she saw that the Pegasus was actually escaping towards Xiao Hua's direction, she did not even have the time to be surprised. She only stared at Xiao Hua. Good timing. Xiao Hua did not expect that the opportunity would come so quickly. He shouted and activated the little amount of true origin in his meridians. His entire body was like a breeze as he floated towards the Pegasus. Ah! Old demon Jifeng was extremely shocked in his heart when he saw Xiao Hua actually execute the wind escape technique. His sharp mouth opened and closed as an ominous premonition arose spontaneously. Sure enough, the Pegasus was flying towards Xiao Hua. Its momentum did not decrease, and Xiao Hua met it with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hua was already in front of the Pegasus. He was facing the Pegasus' head. Aoo! The Pegasus let out a furious roar and opened its mouth to bite towards Xiao Hua's head. Its momentum was ferocious, and its movements were fast beyond everyone's expectations. It was about to bite off Xiao Hua's head. At this dangerous moment, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly swayed and suddenly turned strangely to the side. He was about to land on the back of the Pegasus. This was also part of Xiao Hua's plan. As long as he was close to the Pegasus, he would immediately execute the ethereal steps. As long as his fists and feet touched the Pegasus, he would definitely not let the Pegasus escape from his hand. Nei Lulu. Just when Duanmu Qing's eyes were filled with jealousy and old demon Jifeng's eyes were filled with vexation, the Pegasus suddenly neighed. Layers of white light were emitted from the Pegasus's back. Within the white light, half of a pure white wing opened up. With a slight tremble, the Pegasus's figure immediately retreated like lightning. Xiao Hua's hand had yet to touch the Pegasus's manner, but the Pegasus had already retreated by more than 10 feet. Damn it, Tilda, I failed at the last step. I was just a few inches away. Xiao Hua's magic power to activate the wind escape technique had already been exhausted. He could only stop. If he relied on the flying talisman, he would definitely not be able to catch up to the Pegasus. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the wings of the Pegasus. These wings were several zhong long. The entire wing wasn't made of feathers, but was completely condensed from a pure white brilliance. However, between the scales formed by this pure white brilliance, 50% of the space was filled with pure white feathers that were several inches long. What kind of Pegasus is this? Xiao Hua looked at the Pegasus's wings and seemed to have thought of something. However, he could not touch anything. Ha ha ha, since all of you have failed, then watch this old man. Seeing that Xiao Hua and Duanmu Qing had both failed, old demon Jifeng laughed loudly. Without waiting for old demon Jifeng's voice to land, there was a loud boom. A ball of faint yellow brilliance bloomed from where old demon Jifeng was standing. A spirit mouse that was several feet long swept up a hurricane and pounced towards the Pegasus. Wind escape technique. Seeing this, Xiao Hua could not help but groan. This is the true wind escape technique. Damn it, old demon Jifeng. That's right, the spirit mouse was like a fish in water in the wind. It was several times faster than Xiao Hua as it charged towards the Pegasus and landed on its back. Damn it, this old demon Jifeng is a wind mouse. Speed is his specialty. It is really easy for him to subdue the Pegasus. Not only was Xiao Hua wringing his hands, even Duanmu Qing was sighing. Seeing that the spirit mouse was about to land on the Pegasus's back, she thought to herself, this Pegasus. It is too easy for him. But at this moment, something strange happened. The white light that had blocked Duanmu Qing's dragon subduing lock appeared once again. It appeared around the Pegasus and blocked the tornado of the spirit mouse. It was like a sharp sword that prevented the spirit mouse from landing. Seeing that the white light had blocked the spirit mouse, the Pegasus flapped its wings and suddenly soared into the sky. It immediately threw the spirit mouse a few feet down. Squeak, squeak. The spirit mouse immediately let out an extremely horrifying squeak. When the squeak landed in Xiao Hua and Duanmu Qing's ears, the blood in their bodies immediately boiled. Countless goosebumps appeared on the surface of their bodies. The white light around the Pegasus condensed and fell down like scales. This mouse's divine ability is incredible. Xiao Hua hurriedly activated the blood drop paradise and controlled the blood essence in his blood. Seeing Duanmu Qing's face was blood red as she hurriedly flew towards the balcony, he could not help but praise. Following the spirit mouse's display of might, the white light around the Pegasus's body fell like snowflakes. The spirit mouse once again created a hurricane and appeared on the Pegasus's back. Pu seeing that the spirit mouse was about to land, the Pegasus suddenly turned its head. The broken horn on the Pegasus's forehead shot out a white light that was as thick as a bowl at a speed faster than lightning. It accurately hit the spirit mouse's claws that were baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Squeak, squeak. With a loud scream, the earthy yellow light around the spirit rat was penetrated. Half of its claw was hit. Its entire body, which was several feet long, flipped in the air and fell far away. Roar! Old monster Jifeng's body was sent flying. Duanmu Qing was also so frightened that she retreated back to the balcony. Only Xiao Hua was left in mid-air. The Pegasus did not even look at Xiao Hua, as if it was extremely disdainful. It raised its head and let out a long neigh. It flapped its wings and flew towards the sky like a beam of light. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Hua did not expect that someone as strong as old monster Jifeng would be sent flying by the Pegasus. He hurriedly activated his flying talisman and chased after the Pegasus. Unfortunately, his current speed was not as fast as the Pegasus. He was similar to a snail. With a loud roar, the Pegasus had already charged into the origin formation of the Bright Moon Palace. How could he still catch up? Rumble. At the top of the heavenly horse's head, layers of water-blue brilliance poured down like jade waves. 3 sneers came from 3 different directions of the jade waves. Evil creature, where do you think you are going? Soon after, 3 old men dressed in scholarly attire appeared from the jade waves. As the 3 of them chanted incantations, their true energy was agitated. Waves of awe-inspiring energy were born from the incantations, causing the jade waves to become like an inescapable net that enveloped the Pegasus. Go! Zhu Qing did not dare to be negligent. Unknowingly, she had already flown high into the sky. As she waved her hand, the 9 crystals from earlier flew towards 9 different directions of the jade waves. The brilliance of every crystal that came in contact with it gradually condensed. That inescapable net was like a huge crystal that was about to seal the Pegasus. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as the crystals were about to form, a series of loud rumbling sounds came from the Pegasus's body. Waves of brilliance that was even more holy than white light shot out from the 7 apertures of the Pegasus. It shot out from the Pegasus's horn and feathers and frantically swept towards the crystals. That holy brilliance was so powerful that once the crystals came in contact with it, they would all turn into nothingness. However, in the blink of an eye, that holy brilliance had already pierced through the crystals and illuminated the entire Bright Moon Palace. PFFF PFFF PFFF. The awe-inspiring energy of the three old men dressed in scholarly attire seemed to be inferior to this holy brilliance. They were actually counterattacked by their true energy. They couldn't help but spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood and withered in midair. Xiao Hua's face was also illuminated by this holy brilliance. However, the expression on his face was not like the regret on Zhu Qing's face, nor was it like the overjoyed expression on old monster Ji Feng's face, nor was it like the shocked expression on Duanmu Qing's face. His face actually carried a trace of enlightenment. It was as if a strand of distant memory was born in his mind. Seeing that the heavenly horse had already rushed several feet away from the bright moon palace and was about to escape with its wings of light, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out Blackie from the space. He pointed his finger at the heavenly horse and instructed, "Can you subdue it?" Blackie suddenly appeared in midair. It was originally a little dazed. However, before it could open its eyes, its nose immediately twitched a few times. Then, it raised its head in pleasant surprise and looked directly at the heavenly horse that was spreading its wings and trying to escape. As far as its eyes could see, its scarlet little tongue stuck out from its mouth and circled around its lips. It looked like it was hungry for food, like a little dog that had seen a fragrant bone. At this moment, the heavenly horse had indeed begun to raise its wings of light. However, the broken horn on its head that was previously raised was abnormally dim. Even the white brilliance emitted from its body had become much thinner. Only a thin veil was left around the heavenly horse. It was obvious that it had expended a lot of energy to escape from the blue crystal just now. -11. Chapter 3300. Of course, Xiao Hua's family wasn't the only one making a move. Just as Blackie flew out of the space, a suffocating dragon aura rushed out from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Although it wasn't as overwhelming as the dragon aura from the dragon bone, it was still extremely agile as it pounced on the Pegasus. Clearly, Ao Shuai wanted to use this dragon aura to control the Pegasus. In addition, a faint stream of air that was much purer than the moonlight also flew out from Murong Tsongyun's pavilion. A faint scent of lilies instantly filled the entire place. Moreover, within that stream of air, traces of movement turned into tiny petals. The entire stream of air was like a rain of millions of flowers rushing towards the Pegasus. If Murong Tsongyun didn't have the means to subdue the Pegasus, then she was obviously shirking her responsibility. Her intention to withdraw from the bidding was even more thought-provoking. "Can you do it?" Xiao Hua was a little anxious. After seeing the Pegasus' divine ability, he liked it even more and couldn't help but urge, "Father, what is subduing? Did you eat it?" Blackie still asked unhurriedly. His blinking eyes clearly had a fawning look. A trace of pitiful light appeared in his pitch-black eyes, as if the Pegasus was his delicacy. He was hungry and wanted to eat it. Xiao Hua angrily scolded, "Father doesn't have a horse to ride. This thing has to carry father on its back. Oh, boy knows. Just like Huan Huan." Blackie immediately understood and cheerfully said, "Father, wait for me." Immediately, a pitch-black lightning streaked across the sky and quickly rushed into the sky. On the 3rd floor, the other VIPs who didn't participate in the bidding naturally didn't look at Xiao Hua. The dragon aura from the Dragon Palace and Murong Tsongyun's lilies were enough to attract their attention. However, old monster Ji Feng was different. Although he was still injured by the Pegasus in his original form, he was wearing a shirt and had transformed into a humanoid form. However, he didn't look at the dragon aura or the lilies. His attention was always on Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua released Blackie, old monster Ji Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. This was because Blackie didn't make him feel any vigilance. Moreover, the secret technique that followed made him unable to see through Blackie's depth. However, when he saw Little Black turn into a bolt of black lightning and overtake it, surpassing the dragon power and the lily airflow, the shock in his eyes could not be suppressed. Dragon aura, even the Confucian scholars of the hidden immortal continent would tremble in fear when facing it, let alone the demons and demonic beasts of the 1,000 demon sacred realm. It was an innate fear of high-level demons. Although old demon Zhifeng had some success in his cultivation and could use a mystic technique to resist the dragon's might, there was a limit to it. He was not afraid of a patrol envoy like Ao Shuai, but against a superior dragon general, old monster Zhifeng had no confidence at all. As for this little black, it seemed to be of a very low level in his secret technique. It actually treated the dragon's might as if it was nothing. Old monster Zhifeng really didn't know what this meant. Perhaps that demonic aura from before came from this black dog. This was old monster Zhifeng's final guess. Of course, following this guess, old monster Zhifeng's bright eyes made a decision. Ao Shuai's dragon's might, Murong Tsongyun's lily airflow easily formed a new triangle with the black lightning that little black turned into, wanting to clamp the Pegasus in the middle. At this time, the Pegasus had already spread out its wings of light. Although it looked dispirited, facing the dragon's might and the lily airflow, the Pegasus' moonlight-like eyes did not have any reaction at all. However, its figure that streaked across the night sky slightly dodged these two attacks that were close to it, not putting them in its eyes. However, just as the Pegasus was about to break the jade cage and fly the rainbow phoenix, break the golden lock and move the flood dragon, its figure that had already turned into a light shadow suddenly tremble. Because, in front of the Pegasus, about 10 jong away, in the night sky that was illuminated by the Pegasus' brilliance, a black dog that seemed to have appeared out of thin air blocked the Pegasus that had already accelerated. Similar to the previous boiling crystal ripples, the light around the Pegasus' body rapidly trembled, like a flickering candle in the night wind. This was a situation that had never happened since the Pegasus appeared. Oh! In the bright moon palace, without exception, everyone was shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone could see that this was the Pegasus' expression of fear. Roar! Suddenly, on the Pegasus' single horn that had already dimmed, a light pillar that was as thick as a bowl appeared and shot towards the black dog. Although this light pillar was not as bright as the one that injured old monster Zhifeng previously, its speed was much faster by a few notches. As for the Pegasus, at the same time that the light pillar shot out, its body flashed and actually rushed towards the lily airflow as fast as lightning. That light pillar that was as thick as a bowl instantly rushed in front of the black dog, as if it could instantly pierce through the black dog. However, just as everyone was slightly worried, the most shocking thing happened. That seemingly obedient black dog barked softly and immediately opened its mouth. A silver light shot out from the black dog's mouth and covered the light pillar. Everyone watched as the light pillar that was the size of a bowl actually entered the black dog's mouth. Furthermore, after the light pillar was swallowed by the black dog even let out a small burp. Whoosh! The black dog that seemed to have not eaten its fill moved again. Once again, it turned into a streak of black lightning and shot up several tens of feet into the sky. There, although the Pegasus waved its wings of light with some difficulty, it still managed to dodge the lily airflow's attack. As for the dragon's aura of the dragon palace, it seemed to only stir up the light around the Pegasus body and was unable to subdue the Pegasus. Harumph! Seeing that Blackie was flying over again, the Pegasus' 4 hooves impatiently kicked a few times in the air. Its snow-white tail rapidly swayed behind it, but as it raised its head and neighed unyieldingly at the night sky. Although the Pegasus' expression could not be seen from its eyes, there was an obvious sadness in its neighing. The raised wings of light trembled once again and seemed to have suddenly grown several tens of feet. The entire Pegasus rushed towards Blackie like a ray of light. It actually seemed to have the intention of a life and death struggle. Blackie and the Pegasus were both extremely fast. In just a breath's time, they had already collided. However, at the moment of collision, Blackie once again spat out a silver brilliance from his mouth and landed on the broken horn on the Pegasus's forehead. The Pegasus, which was originally as fast as lightning, suddenly became limp and fell from the sky. As for Blackie, he landed lightly on the Pegasus's forehead. It turned its head to show off and barked at Xiao Hua with a woof woof. Hee hee. Xiao Hua faintly smiled. His figure flew up and flew towards where the Pegasus had fallen. At this moment, old monster Zhifeng, who was watching from afar, suddenly flew over. What? Old monster Zhifeng, this Pegasus was subdued by me. Are you going to stop me? Xiao Hua's smiling expression disappeared as he indifferently looked at old monster Zhifeng, who was flying over, and asked. With a smile on his face, old monster Zhifeng hastily said, "Fellow immortal Xiao misunderstood." This Pegasus was subdued by fellow immortal Xiao in front of everyone. How could this old man dare to go back on his words? However, this old man has a matter to discuss with fellow immortal Xiao. I ask fellow immortal Xiao to wait in the room after bidding for this Pegasus. This old man will personally pay a visit. Be careful, be careful. Xiao Hua saw that old monster Zhifeng wasn't stopping him and was instead stopping in midair. He faintly nodded his head. Without stopping, his figure flew several tens of feet. That previously incomparably arrogant Pegasus was like a pile of mud as it fell from midair with a loud bang. Although the Pegasus' fall was very fierce, Xiao Hua extended his hand and easily caught it, as if it didn't have any weight at all. Then, Xiao He jumped down from the Pegasus' forehead and ran a few rounds around Xiao Hua as if he was having fun. Then, Xiao Hua kept the Pegasus into his space. Seeing that Xiao Hua kept the Pegasus, everyone became quiet. Ao Shuai's dragon might disappeared and Murong Tsongyun's lily rain was also kept. Duanmu Qing stood at the balcony and coldly looked at Xiao Hua for a long time. Like old monster Zhifeng, although she was somewhat unwilling, there was nothing she could do. She turned around and entered the room. Only Zhu Qing flew over with a smile. She greeted Xiao Hua, who was descending from midair, and cupped her hands. "Congratulations, fellow immortal Xiao." Xiao Hua laughed and said, "What are you congratulating for? Aren't you just here to ask for vitality stones? Take it." As he spoke, Xiao Hua extended his hand and took out a small Chenkuan bag from his bosom and handed it over to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hurriedly waved her hand. "Fellow immortal Xiao, I am only here to congratulate you. You only need to hand over these vitality stones to Xiao Yi. Forget it, it's the same no matter who I give it to." Xiao Hua waved his hand and the small Chenkuan bag landed in Zhu Qing's hand. Zhu Qing had no choice but to accept it. She looked at it and said in a low voice, "Fellow immortal, I have already seen the things in this small Chenkuan bag. However, I still need my subordinates to estimate the exact amount. Therefore, fellow immortal Xiao is still not done with my Zhai Xinglu. Alright, then this Xiao will wait in the room." Xiao Hua nodded. Then, he looked around and sighed, "Your Bright Moon Palace's third floor was originally meant to hide our true faces. Now, I'm afraid that everyone will know that it was me who bid for this Pegasus." "Fellow immortal, don't worry," Zhu Qing hurriedly said, "just now, I saw clearly that fellow immortal did not fly up into the sky. Furthermore, the vitality formation on the third floor and the auction hall still exists. Others might not know about it. Of course, this Pegasus is too conspicuous. No matter where fellow immortal rides it, as long as it wants to fly, it will definitely be discovered by others. It is no different from revealing your true face today. Alright." Xiao Hua looked at the quiet third floor. He cupped his hands and said, "Thanks to young Master Zhu, I was able to find such an excellent mount. I am truly grateful. No need to thank me, no need to thank me." Zhu Qing waved her hand. "To be able to help fellow immortal Xiao, I am also happy. This means that my Zhai Xinglu is still useful to fellow immortal Xiao." Xiao Hua naturally understood the meaning behind Zhu Qing's words. He only smiled and nodded slightly. Then, he activated his flying talisman and returned to his room. -11. Chapter 3301. Senior Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua enter the room, Fujiwen immediately stood up. Previously, he still doubted Xiao Hua's cultivation. Even now, he still couldn't figure out Xiao Hua's cultivation. However, from Murong Tsongyun's attitude towards Xiao Hua and old monster Zhifeng's attitude towards Xiao Hua, Fujiwen knew that Xiao Hua was definitely not a low-level cultivator with only primeval stones. How could he dare to neglect him? He hurriedly bowed and said, "Junior really had eyes but failed to see, young Master Fu? You are treating me as an outsider, calling me fellow Daoist Xiao. I am very happy." Xiao Hua was obviously a little unhappy and hurriedly pulled Fu Jiwen up. He, all right. Fu Jiwen was also not a stickler for formalities. Seeing Xiao Hua stop him, he also stood up and said with a smile, "Then I will congratulate fellow Daoist Xiao for obtaining the Pegasus. In the future, no matter how big the hidden immortal continent is, it will all be under your feet." Same to you, same to you. Xiao Hua also said happily, "Actually, I also didn't expect to gain so much. This Pegasus is definitely a pleasant surprise." Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua said mysteriously in a low voice, "Young Master Fu, can you guess what I was planning to do when I first came to this auction?" This. Fu Jiwen thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Perhaps it was a pill? Or a cultivation technique? Either way, it should be related to the Dao sect, right?" "Ha ha ha, young Master Fu is very wrong." Xiao Hua laughed and said, "I first came to use primeval stones to exchange for some gold and silver and then get a map of the hidden immortal continent." Ah! Fu Jiwen was of course also shocked. Soon after, he said with a bitter smile, "Fellow Daoist Xiao's idea is really out of my expectations. Forget it, let's not talk about anything else." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "To be able to meet someone like young Master Fu is much harder than this Pegasus. The so-called 3 lifetimes of luck is exactly like this. I am the same." Fu Jiwen looked at Xiao Hua's unusually young face and the sincere gaze in his eyes and said with the same sincerity, "If not Urari, don't say that." Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand again and took out a few spirit fruits from the space and said, "Let's use these fruits to stuff your mouth." Ha ha ha. Fu Jiwen laughed heartily. He hadn't felt this happy for a long time. Xiao Hua stood still in the room and raised his eyes to look out the window. The auction had already ended. Yu Linfeng was standing in mid-air giving a speech, which could be considered as sending off the people who had come to participate in the auction. There was no movement from the other windows on the 3rd floor. They must have already left their rooms. Xiao Yi, who was serving him, had not yet come over. Clearly, Zhai Xinglu had not yet evaluated the spiritual herbs in his storage bag. He still had to wait for a while. What does old monster Zhifeng mean? At this moment, Xiao Hua frowned. He did not understand why old monster Zhifeng blocked him. From the looks of it, he wanted to trade the Pegasus with him. This was obviously impossible. But other than the heavenly horse, Xiao Hua couldn't see anything else about him that could attract old monster Zhifeng's attention. Right at this moment, Xiao Yi's voice resounded from outside. "Senior, a senior has come to visit. May I know if senior can invite this senior in?" "Hihi, please come in." Xiao Hua hurriedly replied and walked to the door. Sure enough, with a flash of light, old monster Zhifeng did not hide his figure and walked into the room. Seeing that there was actually a Confucian scholar in Xiao Hua's room, old monster Zhifeng was clearly stunned. However, he only took a glance and did not care. Instead, he directly cupped his hands and said, "Fellow immortal Xiao, this old man greets you." Xiao Hua looked at old monster Zhifeng, who was several heads shorter than him. That slightly loose robe covered his body, and the hands and feet that were exposed outside of the robe were thin and small. They were basically mouse claws that did not change much. On the head that was wearing an official's hat, there was a small nose and a small mouth, and slightly trembling ears. He looked exactly like a human mouse, which was extremely strange. However, Xiao Hua's gaze did not dare to linger on these places for long. He only swept a glance and raised his hand to return the greeting. He said with a smile, "This Xiao greets you. But I wonder why fellow immortal Zhifeng is looking for this Xiao so urgently." Old monster Zhifeng shook the 2 long whiskers beside his sharp mouth and waved his hand. He said, "Fellow immortal Zhifeng? Hihi, why does it sound so awkward? Fellow immortal Xiao, you should just call this old man old monster Zhifeng. What fellow immortal or fellow immortal, when used on humans like you from the hidden immortal continent, it is still pleasant to hear. When used on demons like this old man, it is truly uncomfortable." All right. Xiao Hua did not understand what was different. Moreover, since old monster Zhifeng had already called him fellow immortal, then wasn't that putting him in the position of fellow immortal? However, he still nodded and said, "Since it's like this, you can just call this Xiao Hua Xiao." Old monster Zhifeng nodded and said, Xiao Hua, this old man does not like the hypocrisy of you humans. You clearly have something to say, yet you still ask about my well-being for a long time. This old man likes to get straight to the point. This time, I came to find you to invite you to participate in our auction. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Fu Jiwen stood at the side, waiting for old monster Zhifeng to say a few words to Xiao Hua so that he could immediately take the time to greet old monster Zhifeng and then leave. However, he did not expect that old monster Zhifeng had already spoken of his intentions in a few words. Fu Jiwen was caught unprepared and hurriedly said, This one will wait outside first. Young Master Fu, there is no need. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said to old monster Zhifeng with a smile. Fellow immortal, thank you for thinking highly of this Xiao. However, it is already late and this Xiao still has to rush back. Let's talk about this later. Xiao Hua's intention was obviously to decline and not plan to go. However, old monster Zhifeng hurriedly said, Xiao Hua, this auction will be held in Bright Moon Lane, and it will be held in an hour. If you agree, this old man will bring you along right now. Old monster Zhifeng. Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry and explained, this Xiao just bid for the heavenly horse and has already given all the top-grade origin stones in my bag to star-picking Lu. Now that my bag is empty, what's the use of going to that auction? Hearing Xiao Hua's words, old monster Zhifeng first laughed. You humans are all hypocrites, your mouth is full of lies. This old man has been with you for a long time, even if I don't want to learn, I have learned it. Previously, this old man lied to Zhu Qing, saying that I only have 500,000 top-grade origin stones on me. Even he did not believe this, so how can this old man believe your words? This old man will definitely not believe that you do not have extra origin stones. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose, looked at old monster Zhifeng and said indifferently, You are right, this Xiao does have origin stones in this small Chenkuan bag. However, this Xiao does not want to participate in any auction anymore. Tonight, this Xiao's harvest has already satisfied this Xiao. Hehe, this is nothing. Old monster Zhifeng waved his hand and said, If this old man remembers correctly, you still have a so-called golden core cultivation method that you have not bid for. Of course, looking at your appearance, it is not because you do not have enough origin stones, but because that golden core cultivation method is not in your eyes, right? This is bad. Xiao Hua saw that even old monster Zhifeng saw something fishy, and he unconsciously became vigilant. Just from this, they should be able to know this Xiao's cultivation level, right? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to say anything, old monster Zhifeng advised again, in the auction at Zhaixing Lu, due to the rules of the hidden immortal continent, your Dao sect's cultivation methods and secret techniques, as well as some of the more secretive things of the Buddhist sect, do not dare to bid. However, in the auction that this old man is going to, there is no such misgivings. Presumably, the cultivation methods that you want can all be obtained. Even if the auction does not have the things that you want, you can also ask others to provide you with useful information. In short, this old man can pat his chest and guarantee that if you do not go, you will definitely regret it. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and could only say directly, Old monster Zhifeng, this Xiao just bid for the heavenly horse is something that you must obtain. To be honest, this Xiao does not understand your intentions. Therefore, although this little one has the intention to follow you to take a look at the auction, this little one does not dare to casually agree. Moreover, you and I have never met before, this auction is not something that ordinary people can enter. Why do you insist on inviting this Xiao to go? Good. Old monster Zhifeng clapped his hands and said, Xiao Hua, since you have said it so clearly, then this old man will also open the window and speak frankly. At this point, old monster Zhifeng said to Fu Jiwen, You can leave first. The words that follow are not suitable for you to hear. Yes, this one understands. When Fu Jiwen nodded, he glanced at Xiao Hua. After obtaining Xiao Hua's approval, he hurriedly left. Xiao Hua, what you said just now is extremely true. This heavenly horse is something that this old man must obtain. It is extremely beneficial to this old man's cultivation. Old monster Zhifeng watched Fu Jiwen's back disappear, and hurriedly explained, however, you only know one side of the story and do not know the other. Other than this auction at Zhai Xinglu having a heavenly horse, the auction after that will also have a strange beast that is similar to the heavenly horse. Previously, this old man sent a sound transmission to the Eastern Sea Patrol envoy, Ao Shuai, regarding the auction. This old man promised to help him obtain that strange beast. A strange beast that even the Eastern Sea Patrol envoy is interested in. This old man does not need to say anything, right? Oh. Xiao Hua suddenly understood, and said with a nod, "You invited this Xiao to participate in the auction to ask this Xiao to help you, right?" "Indeed." Old Monster Zhifeng said with a smile, "To be precise, I want to borrow the power of your demon pet. How do I help? What benefits does this Xiao have?" "What benefits?" "Hehe, Xiao Hua, without this old man's guidance, you will not be able to enter this auction, and will not be able to bid for anything from the Dao sect. This is the benefit." Old Monster Zhifeng said with a cold smile. As for how to help, this old man has not thought of it yet. Actually, this old man and Ao Shuai have already reached an agreement. With the strength of our two sects, we will definitely be able to obtain that strange beast. This old man is only bringing you along as a hidden chess piece. If it can be used, that would be the best. If it can't be used, it is also fine. This is also the reason why this old man cannot give you any other benefits. Allow this Xiao to think about it, Xiao Hua said with a frown. All right. Old Monster Zhifeng nodded. However, you do not have much time. This old man will wait here. If you agree. -11. Chapter 3302. Without waiting for old Monster Zhifeng to finish speaking, light flashed at the door of the room, and Zhu Qing's voice came from outside. "Fellow immortal Xiao, may I enter?" He, young Master Zhu, please enter." Xiao Hua heard this, turned his head, and hastily called out. When Zhu Qing came in and saw that old Monster Zhifeng was also in the room, he wasn't surprised at all. He only nodded towards old Monster Zhifeng and said to Xiao Hua, "Fellow immortal Xiao, the items in your small Chenkuan bag have already been appraised. It's more than 500,000 top-grade origin stones, but it's difficult to estimate exactly how much more it is. Therefore, I've specially come to explain to fellow immortal Xiao. If fellow immortal Xiao is willing to wait, please rest for a while in Star Picking Tower. When the sun rises, I'll return the excess origin stones to fellow immortal Xiao. If fellow immortal Xiao is unwilling to wait, then it won't be too late for fellow immortal Xiao to come and take the VIP token when you have the time. Moreover, fellow immortal Xiao can use this token to take primal stones from other Zhai Xinglu on the hidden immortal continent. You can also use this token to wait for more benefits and information from my Zhai Xinglu." As he spoke, Zhu Qing took out a golden star tablet from his bosom. 6 stars were engraved on it, and countless star patterns were overflowing on the 6 stars. "Since I can take it anywhere, why should I wait here for so long?" Xiao Hua was very happy when he heard this. He took the star tablet and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal Xiao is now my Zhai Xinglu's VIP. If you have the chance in the future, please visit my Zhai Xinglu more often." Seeing Xiao Hua accept the star tablet without any trace of politeness, Zhu Qing was also happy. He said with a smile, "That's right. Young Master Duanmu has just left Zhai Xinglu. According to my subordinate's report, he has already boarded the golden carriage. The coachman has brought more than 10 cultivators and is waiting in front of Zhai Xinglu's door. These cultivators aren't ordinary Confucian scholars. They look similar to the coachman. Fellow immortal Xiao, please be careful when you go out. Since I'm your Zhai Xinglu's VIP, why can't Zhai Xinglu protect me?" Xiao Hua asked sarcastically. Zhu Qing said with a smile, "If fellow immortal Xiao is in my Zhai Xinglu, I will definitely protect you with my life. But once we leave Zhai Xinglu, I won't be able to take care of you. Moreover, young Master Duanmu is also an honored guest of Zhai Xinglu. How can I favor one over the other? Forget it, forget it." Xiao Hua waved his hand, "It's just a clown, don't mention it." "Oh, young Master Zhu, according to old Demon Zhifeng, there's a place in Bright Moon Lane where the auction is being held. Do you know of it?" Zhu Qing was stunned and asked curiously, "Oh? There's also a auction. Why didn't I know about it? But it wasn't clear from his face whether he really didn't know. However, no matter how big Bright Moon Lane was, how could it escape Zhu Qing's eyes and ears? Xiao Hua didn't believe that Zhu Qing didn't know about the auction. However, since Zhu Qing didn't admit it, Xiao Hua couldn't do anything about it. However, he still held on to the last bit of hope and asked, "It's normal that Zhu Gongzi doesn't know about it. However, this Xiao wants to know, in this auction that even Zhu Gongzi doesn't know about, would there be something that Bright Moon Palace didn't have? This?" Zhu Qing hesitated slightly, glanced at old demon Jifeng and said, "The auction that fellow immortal Xiao mentioned isn't public, so it can't be confirmed by the Copper Pillar country's royal family. Therefore, in that auction, the cultivators who participate in the auction won't be in Bright Moon Palace. With the protection of Zhu Qing and the other masters, their safety can be guaranteed. Moreover, everything in Mai Zhai Xinglu's auction has been appraised. Mai Zhai Xinglu can guarantee that it won't be fake. As for the auction that fellow immortal Xiao mentioned, it depends on one's own vision. No one can guarantee the authenticity of the treasures, so the result of the auction can only be borne by oneself. Of course, this auction doesn't put the rules of hidden immortal continent in their eyes, and also doesn't put the Copper Pillar country's royal family in their eyes. In particular, they absolutely won't have the same misgivings as Mai Zhai Xinglu, not daring to bid for anything. Fellow immortal Xiao is looking for Dao sect's medicinal pills. They can be found there. Okay, thank you young Master Zhu for your explanation. This Xiao understands. Xiao Hua nodded and made his decision. He turned to the silent old demon Jifeng and said, "This Xiao has decided to participate in that auction. However, since this Xiao didn't get any promises from you, then this Xiao can't promise you anything." "Good." Old demon Jifeng clapped his hands and said, "It's as you said. We will head there now. Actually, this old man wants to borrow your matter. When you see it, you will definitely take the initiative to join hands with this old man. You don't have to worry at all." Zhu Qing saw that Xiao Hua still decided to head there even though he had made his words so clear. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He had been in Zhai Xinglu for so many years and finally found a cultivator who could head to Star Moon Palace. How could he bear to give up? After thinking for a while, Zhu Qing still reminded, "Fellow immortal Xiao, there is an old saying in Hidden Immortal Continent, a greedy snake tries to swallow an elephant. Fellow immortal Xiao has already bid for many rare treasures in Mai Zhai Xinglu today. This Zhu feels that fellow immortal Xiao should stop before going too far. Hehe, of course, this is this Zhu's own opinion. If fellow immortal Xiao feels that it is very safe to head there with fellow immortal Jifeng, then just pretend that this Zhu never said this." After speaking, Zhu Qing didn't look at Xiao Hua's and old demon Jifeng's expressions. He cupped his hands and said, "Once again, I thank both fellow immortals for coming to Mai Zhai Xinglu. I hope that I can still see both fellow immortals at the next auction." Although Zhu Qing emphasized the two words "still can," she didn't stay any longer. She turned around and left. Old demon Jifeng's expression didn't change. Seeing Zhu Qing leave, he also smiled and said, "What little friend Zhu said is indeed reasonable. This old man can't guarantee your safety. You have to consider it carefully. It's fine, it's fine." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "This Xiao isn't a 3-year-old boy. How can I not understand these interests? Since this Xiao has decided to head there, then let's go, please." A strange look flashed across old demon Jifeng's eyes. However, this strange look was so obscure that Xiao Hua couldn't see it. Soon after, old demon Jifeng raised his hand to signal. Xiao Hua opened the door and followed old demon Jifeng to the door. At this moment, other than the two women and Fu Juwen, there was no one else at the door. One of the unfamiliar women saw old demon Jifeng come out and hastily walked to the side and respectfully saluted. Xiao Yi, who was in Xiao Hua's room, also respectfully stepped forward and saluted. Xiao Yi respectfully sends senior off. "Have the other VIPs in the other rooms left?" Xiao Hua nodded and asked tentatively. Xiao Yi smiled and said, "Senior knows." Xiao Yi doesn't know if the other VIPs have left or not. However, if there is nothing else, They have already left Zhai Xinglu all right. Lead the way. Xiao Hua glanced at old demon Ji Feng and instructed Xiao Yi Sr., this way please. Xiao Yi responded and led Xiao Hua and the others out of the Bright Moon Palace. After a few steps, they arrived under the straight osmanthus tree. Xiao Hua paused slightly and sized up this osmanthus tree. He then turned his head to look at the huge vermilion palace. He couldn't help but think of the girl in Longevity Town who liked little white rabbits. I wonder how her injuries are. Her relationship with her father, has it already been mended? Xiao Hua was just thinking about it. He then followed Xiao Yi out of the moon door because he knew that the lifespan of people in the secular world was extremely short. Although Hao family's eldest miss was still young, once he left Longevity Town, who knew when he would be able to return? He was afraid that this girl would never see him again in her lifetime. The moon door was still as bright as the moon. However, when Xiao Hua walked past the moon door, a cool breeze blew past and the mask on his face suddenly disappeared. What appeared in front of him was a short flight of stairs. Looking to the side, other than himself, there was no one else. Xiao Yi was also gone. Sigh, I still wanted to give this girl a piece of primeval stone. Although Xiao Hua knew that this was Zhai Xinglu's arrangement, he still felt somewhat regretful. He then stepped down the stairs. After only a dozen steps, there was another moon door at the bottom of the stairs. After passing through the moon door, he saw the empty Zhai Xinglu. At this time, there was nothing but bright lights in Zhai Xinglu. Even the green-robed youth from before was nowhere to be seen. Come. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then raised his voice. Senior, what instructions do you have? As soon as Xiao Hua's voice fell, a green-robed youth answered and bowed respectfully. I have something to ask of. Number 307. How can I summon him? Xiao Hua looked at the green-robed youth's unfamiliar face and said. Number 307? Oh, Senior is looking for number 307 in the Star Palace. Senior, please wait a moment. The green-robed youth was stunned at first, but immediately understood. He hurriedly answered and turned to leave. At this time, Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something and ordered again, that's right, does your Star Palace sell the 100 Classics of Thought? The 100 Classics of Thought. The green-robed youth was even more stunned. He smiled and said, if Senior wants Confucian cultivation methods, my Zhai Xinglu naturally has them. But when it comes to the 100 Classics of Thought, they are all ordinary things in the Confucian Academy. This junior really does not know. Ian, you go find number 307 and tell him what I said. Xiao Hua nodded and said, tell him to come as soon as possible. The green-robed youth did not dare to be negligent. After cupping his hands, he hurriedly turned around a corner and disappeared. Xiao Hua looked around the silent Zhai Xinglu and saw the open door. He knew that this was not the only door at this time. There must be one in front of old monster Ji Feng and Fu Juan. Fine, let me see what the Duanmu family is planning. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. He reached out and took out the wishful staff, then slowly walked out of Zhai Xinglu. Xiao Hua stepped out of the door and saw a light flash in front of him. He was standing in front of Zhai Xinglu in the night. At this time, it was probably past midnight. In the deep night sky, the bright moon was abnormally bright, covering the nearby stars. Xiao Hua was used to seeing the starry sky of the Bright Moon Palace. He could not tell which was the real starry sky and whether he had walked out of the Bright Moon Palace. -11. Chapter 3303. Senior, you are out. In front of Zhai Xinglu, Xiao Jian was anxiously waiting with Yuan Ya and Liu Yi. Seeing Xiao Hua come out, he happily called out, En. Xiao Hua lightly nodded and looked to the side. Around 10 feet away, Fu Juan also hurriedly walked over. He seemed to be a little anxious from waiting. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Fu Juan approached and looked at Xiao Jian and the rest. He whispered, is this your disciple? Not really a disciple. Xiao Hua waved his hand and asked, where is old demon Ji Feng? Senior Ji Feng left first. Before he left, he asked fellow Daoist Xiao to be sure to reach the bridge in front of Drifting Smoke River in 15 minutes. There is a dragon boat parked there. If Senior can't make it, then, you don't have to go this time. Xiao Hua nodded and asked, do you know that place? I know that place. It is only a few dozen feet away from Zhaixing Lu. It is right there. Fu Jiwen pointed with his finger and smiled. Hehe, do you still need 15 minutes? Xiao Hua smiled coldly and raised his eyes to look outside the signboard of Zhaixing Lu. He saw that at the location of Dark Night, there were a dozen boorish men wearing the same golden armor as Duanmu Qiu standing there in a strange formation. They looked scattered and strange. Young Master Fu, you wait and get to know them, Xiao Hua said. Later, you will follow them to Seven Suns Temple. After speaking, without waiting for Fu Jiwen to speak, Xiao Hua waved the wishful staff in his hand. The staff let out a whooshing sound in the night sky. Where is Duanmu Qing? Xiao Hua walked out of Zhaixing Lu's signboard and faced Duanmu Qiu. Xiao Hua glanced at the golden carriage parked in the distance and the dragon horse pulling the carriage. Mph, you better remember that my name is Duanmu Qiu. This matter has nothing to do with my young master. Duanmu Qiu took 2 steps forward. The golden armor on his body made a clattering sound. With a hong sound, he took down a huge copper spine from his shoulder and placed it on the ground. The ground nearby shook. Then, Duanmu Qiu looked at Xiao Hua with a sinister smile and said, when my family's young master just came out, he also told me about this matter and asked me to keep the peace. However, I feel that even though I was the one who offended you in the first place, if you had stopped the dragon horse and grabbed the horsewhip, I would definitely have gotten off the carriage and apologized to you. But you actually pulled me out of the car when I wasn't paying attention. This is an insult to my reputation. If I don't defeat you, will I still have the face to get on the carriage? How could he have the face to continue staying in the Duanmu clan? What face do I have to face the Duanmu surname? Xiao Hua looked at the people behind Duanmu Qiu. An obvious killing intent was emitted from these people. Moreover, after passing through this scattered formation, this killing intent actually condensed together and shrouded him from afar. It was as if he said something wrong, this killing intent would turn into a huge sword and smash him into pieces. Xiao Hua patiently listened to Duanmu Qiu's explanation and said coldly, so you've entangled so many people? Bullying with numbers? I'm not bullying you with numbers. These are my good friends. They heard that you have amazing divine power and that you can subdue a dragon horse. They all want to come and see for themselves. Duanmu Qiu was obviously someone who had been taught by others. His words were seamless and flawless. Good. Xiao Hua nodded. This old man will ask you one last question. If this matter has nothing to do with Duanmu Qing, then does it have anything to do with the Duanmu clan? He. Duanmu Qiu laughed coldly. I really want to do as you wish and say that this matter has nothing to do with the Duanmu clan. But I and these good friends behind me, most of them have the surname Duanmu. Do you think this matter has anything to do with the Duanmu clan? Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. With a flip of his hand, a flying talisman was placed on his body. As expected, you're still a bunch of dogs who rely on their master's power. You don't even dare to say that this matter has nothing to do with the Duanmu clan. However, since you all want to use the Duanmu clan as a fig leaf, then this old man will give the Duanmu clan face. Hit! Xiao Hua shouted as his figure soared into the sky. He raised the wishful steel staff and smashed it towards Duanmu Qiu's face with a whining sound. Good. Duanmu Qiu had been accumulating his power for a long time. Seeing that Xiao Hua had made his move, he also roared loudly. He stomped his feet and a light cloud appeared under his feet, lifting his body up. The muscles on his arms flowed like water and with a hoo sound, he lifted up the huge copper spine. Following a gust of wind around Duanmu Qiu, he rushed towards Xiao Hua's wishful steel rod. At the same time, the 10 people behind Duanmu Qiu also moved. Each of them let out a loud roar and brandished their fists and legs, striking towards Xiao Hua's direction with all their might. Woo! It was as if a mountain was collapsing. 10 streams of noble spirit that were enough to split rocks were triggered by them. Following the rush of everyone's fists, these 10 streams of noble spirit condensed and merged into one in mid-air, forming a cloud that was like a fist. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. It surpassed Duanmu Qiu's copper spine and smashed towards Xiao Hua from top to bottom. The wind whistled as Xiao Hua flew in midair. That gust of wind hit his face and almost pressed him to the ground. Within that gust of wind, the noble spirit was like a red fire that wanted to ignite him. Ha ha ha! Xiao Hua laughed loudly. Although his voice was blown away by the noble spirit, it still clearly resounded in the night sky. The noble spirit is controlled by people like you who rely on their master's power. How can it be called noble spirit? How can there be righteousness? Even if all of you have righteous spirit flowing from every pore of your body, you are still not this Xiao's match. As he spoke, Xiao Hua shook his hand and threw out dozens of fire talismans. Each of them drew a slightly mysterious arc and attacked the fist-like noble spirit. He did not face the combined attack of the 10 people at all. The wishful staff drew a shadow in midair and hit Duanmu Qiu's copper spine. Seeing that Xiao Hua actually used an unexpected method to attack the combined attack of the 10 people, Duanmu Qiu was shocked at first. However, seeing the wishful staff that was as thick as a goose egg was about to hit him, he also sneered, "I'll let you have a taste of my copper spine." Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud bang. The copper spine was hit by the wishful staff. That loud bang was like the impact of a mountain. Not only did it interrupt Duanmu Qiu's arrogance, it also shook his arm until it was numb. Both of his hands could not hold the copper spine at all. His entire body was uncontrollably sent flying under the huge force. "If you want to fight, then let's fight. Since you dare to challenge me, then you should be prepared to be killed by me." Duanmu Qiu's body was out of control, but his eyes were not affected. Seeing Xiao Hua chasing after him like a fish, Duanmu Qiu's heart was greatly shocked. The true qi in his middle dantian was rapidly twitching. The elemental energy around his body was also surging out like a river, trying to resist Xiao Hua's pursuit. However, before the elemental energy could rush out, a soul thorn sharper than a sword rushed into Duanmu Qiu's mind. Duanmu Qiu was in so much pain that his vision turned black and the elemental energy immediately stopped. He could no longer raise it. When Duanmu Qiu saw the light and shadow again, Xiao Hua's inconspicuous wishful staff hit his 2 arms faster than the wind. Duanmu Qiu's great shock had already turned into great regret at this time. When the wishful staff touched the golden armor, countless inscriptions flew out from the golden armor, and the entire golden armor shone with golden light. Unfortunately, as soon as the inscriptions flew out, they immediately turned into dust under the wishful staff. The golden armor was destroyed, but what about Duanmu Qiu's arms? However, no one was paying attention to Duanmu Qiu's arm right now. Just as Duanmu Qiu was sent flying, a series of thunderous rumbles resounded in the air. A dozen fire talismans were comparable to a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators' attack. Not only did they defeat the extremely powerful noble qi, but they were also like a torrent of heavenly fire as they surged towards the ground and completely enveloped the ground in a radius of several hundred feet. Roar! The dozen or so people naturally saw Xiao Hua's fire talisman, but they didn't expect the fire talisman to be so powerful. Seeing that their combined attack was about to be defeated, they hastily let out a deep roar. They didn't panic too much as they brandished their fists and feet. Another dozen or so streams of yuanli rushed out from their bodies, affecting hundreds of streams of righteous qi, forming a palm-like shape that supported the fire talisman. Huff! After the giant palm passed, more than half of the fire was extinguished. Although the remaining fire fell from the sky and still had some power, it was no longer a threat to these golden-armored soldiers. These people did not pay attention to it and hurriedly looked at Duanmu Qiu, but before they could see Duanmu Qiu's figure, a green light flashed in the air and an angry voice sounded at the same time, "Xiao Hua, how can you be so ruthless? Young Master Duanmu." The dozen golden-armored soldiers were shocked. They looked at Duanmu Qing who was standing on a green cloud and then looked at the direction Duanmu Qing was glaring at. Everyone was shocked. In the distance, there was a row of tall trees. But now, 3 or 4 of them were lying on the ground. On the last tree, Duanmu Qiu, who was wearing golden armor, was lying on the ground like the tree. Blood was flowing out from his 7 orifices. The awe-inspiring copper spine that he was holding in his hand was now lying on the ground like Duanmu Qiu. However, it was in a worse state than Duanmu Qiu. It had been broken into two. Qiu. The eyes of the dozen or so golden-armored soldiers were completely red. A few of them quickly rushed over, while the remaining dozen or so people slowly formed a formation and walked towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua only coldly swept a glance at these people and did not pay any attention to them. He looked at Duanmu Qing and replied, "Duanmu Qing, how am I ruthless? Did I kill Duanmu Qiu? Did I kill these Huang clan soldiers? You can just defeat our Qiu. Why did you shatter his arms?" Duanmu Qing bit her lips and said, "Our Qiu does not know your strength, but I do. You are his senior. Why did you bully him like this? Do you still want face?" -11. Chapter 3304. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. "You also know that I am Duanmu Qiu's senior. Then why didn't you stop him? Since he dared to offend me, why can't I teach him a lesson? Is this old man's face to be offended?" Soon after, Xiao Hua pointed at the dozen people who were approaching and coldly said, "Look at these people. They clearly know that they are no match for me, so why did they still charge forward? Could it be that I can't make a move just because I am a senior? Could it be that they dare to do whatever they want just because they have the name Duanmu? Don't they know how to respect their seniors? Why don't you say that they are bullying you with numbers? They only know that your arms have shocking divine strength and can subdue a dragon horse, so they want to see it for themselves. Why should I stop them?" Duanmu Qing looked at Xiao Hua without backing down and said, "But I didn't expect you to be so vicious and merciless. You haven't seen true vicious and merciless yet." Seeing that the dozen people were already below him, Xiao Hua indifferently said, "You, or these golden-armored soldiers are willing, I will let you see what is vicious and merciless." "Xiao Hua, are you challenging my Duanmu family?" Duanmu Qing's eyes flashed with a strange light as she said loudly, "Duanmu Qing, are you challenging me?" Xiao Hua also coldly snorted. His voice was not inferior to Duanmu Qing's. Duanmu Qing naturally hoped that Xiao Hua would answer, but Xiao Hua did not answer directly and instead threatened Duanmu Qing. If Duanmu Qing wanted an answer, it seemed that she would have to answer Xiao Hua first. But if Duanmu Qing answered, Xiao Hua would immediately make a move and kill Duanmu Qing before challenging the Duanmu family. Duanmu Qing's eyes were bright as she stared at Xiao Hua. She was quickly considering whether she should make a move. Unfortunately, when she thought of Xiao Hua's divine strength, Huafu, Little Black, Pegasus, and even Xiao Hua's strength of first-grade essence force, Duanmu Qing did not have any confidence. "Forget it." Duanmu Qing waved her hand. "Our Qiu is the driver of my Duanmu clan's golden chariot. You injuring our Qiu is not something that I can do anything about. In the future, there will naturally be people who will question you. Xiao Hua, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some cultivation. There's always someone better than you. There are still many people and things that you don't know about. Duanmu Qing, I will remember your words. However, this Xiao will also give you a piece of advice. Don't think that no one knows what's going on here. Even the aristocratic families of Confucian cultivators can't block the mouths of the people of the world. A carriage driver from the Duanmu clan was so precious that he could only bully others, but others couldn't retaliate. This Xiao is waiting for your Duanmu family's punishment. I want to see if the so-called scholarly clans of today still have justice, fairness, and justice. Justice, fairness, and justice. A trace of mockery flashed in Duanmu Qing's eyes. She smiled coldly and waved her hand. Let's go. Let this Daoist priest wait for his justice. As she spoke, Duanmu Qing waved her hand. She activated the light cloud under her feet and landed on the golden carriage in the distance. At this moment, Duanmu Qiu had already stood up with the help of two golden-armored soldiers. Although his arms were shattered and his body was injured, his legs were fine. He looked a little weak as he walked, but when he turned his head to look at Xiao Hua, his eyes were filled with fear and hatred. The other 10 golden-armored soldiers were afraid that Xiao Hua would suddenly injure them and didn't dare to be careless. They arranged themselves in a scattered formation and slowly left. In just a moment, they had all gathered around the golden carriage. As for Xiao Hua, he didn't even place these golden armored soldiers in his eyes. When Duanmu Qing flew away, he didn't stop. He sent out his divine perception and saw that the few divine perception and essence perception that came into contact with his divine perception had all retreated and landed in front of Zhai Xinglu's signboard. Below the signboard, other than Fu Jiwen, Xiao Jian, and the others, there was only the green-clothed youth called number 307. At this moment, the green-clothed youth's eyes flashed with an indescribable brilliance. When he saw Xiao Hua land, he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Junior greets senior. "Ian, have you done what I instructed you to do?" Xiao Hua waved his sleeves and asked the green-clothed youth. "Junior has done it." The green-clothed youth hurriedly took out a small Chenkuan bag and handed it over. Other than the map and some strange items that Senior wanted, Junior has also helped Senior find the 100 classics of thought. In addition, Senior gave me a lot of essence stones. Junior took the initiative to find some common cultivation techniques for Senior. Xiao Hua took the small Chenkuan bag and kept it without even looking. He took out a few mid-grade essence stones and handed them over, smiling. "Many thanks to you this time. These are some thanks from this old man." I don't dare. The green-clothed youth hurriedly waved his hand. "There are still a few pieces of essence stones left from Senior. Take it." Xiao Hua flung his hand and the essence stones landed in front of the youth. "If you can, give 2 pieces to Bright Moon Palace's Xiao Yi." After speaking, Xiao Hua left without turning his head back. Seeing Xiao Hua leave, Fu Jiwen, Xiao Jian, and the others hurriedly chased after him. After several people left, Zhu Qing slowly walked out of Zhai Xinglu's door and looked at their backs with deep worry on her face. "Tower Master." The green-clothed youth took the essence stones and said in a low voice, "That Senior insisted on giving this. Ian, keep it for yourself. Give 2 pieces to Lianhong." Zhu Qing nodded, but her gaze left Xiao Hua and the others and looked at the river in the distance. The green-clothed youth didn't dare to disturb Zhu Qing and hurriedly entered Zhai Xinglu. Zhu Qing kept watching, and after a long while, she sighed. Midnight has already passed, and the ghosts have already returned. But why are there still so many demons in this world? Xiao Hua didn't hear Zhu Qing's sigh. Instead, under Fu Jiwen's lead, he came to the side of a stone arch bridge. The river under the stone arch bridge still flowed as before, but the clear river water was now filled with the smell of alcohol and cosmetics. Occasionally, there would be Confucian headscarves and women's tube tops floating by. It was unknown which debauchee did this. At this moment, a pleasure boat was docked by the river bank. This pleasure boat was several meters in size and was almost as wide as the river. Moreover, this pleasure boat was different from the usual ones. At the railing in front of the pleasure boat, there was a coiling dragon carved from red Paulownia wood, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws fiercely. In the middle of the boat, where the boat's tower was completely hollow. Strips of gauze covered the empty railing. Although some lights could be seen through the gauze, the situation inside could not be seen. "Fellow Daoist Xiao." Seeing this pleasure boat from afar, Fu Jiwen said in a low voice, "This should be the dragon boat that the demon clan senior mentioned." "Yes, there's no mistake." Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and said with a nod, "This Xiao will get on the dragon boat now. You follow Xiao Jian and the others back to Seven Suns Temple first. When Xiao Hua returns tomorrow morning, we will pay a visit to Great Master Dao Shan together." "Yes." Fu Jiwen replied and turned to look at Xiao Jian. Ever since Xiao Jian came out from Star Picking Tower, other than being anxious, he was only depressed. Other than being silent, there was only silence. Xiao Hua naturally knew that Xiao Jian didn't get anything from the auction and was worried about when he would recover his cultivation. However, he didn't say anything and turned to walk towards the dragon boat. "Senior, be careful." Liu Yi looked at Xiao Hua's back and couldn't help but shout. "Yes, I know. You all should go back and rest early." Xiao Hua turned his head and smiled. He waved his hand and said, "This Xiao will return tomorrow morning." When he walked to the front of the pleasure boat, 2 strands of divine sense and 2 strands of divine sense swept over him. Xiao Hua raised his voice and said, "Since you want to watch the show, why don't you go closer? Watching from afar? I'm afraid it's not satisfying enough." Hehe, fellow immortal Xiao is really awe-inspiring. Just as Xiao Hua's voice fell, a charming voice rang out. Then, the exceptionally beautiful Princess Baihua walked out from the veil of the pleasure boat and looked at Xiao Hua with a faint smile. "Moonlight beauty, it's all the moon's fault." The beauty was unexpectedly so smooth. "Princess Baihua?" Xiao Hua saw Princess Baihua appear and was clearly startled. He just thought that the divine sense belonged to Murong Tsongyun. "Oh!" Princess Baihua's smile froze and stayed at the corner of her mouth. Instantly, the moonlight shining on Princess Baihua's body cooled down. Could it be that fellow immortal Xiao doesn't want this servant to appear again? Could it be that fellow immortal Xiao thinks that someone else is here to help you? No, no. The soft-hearted Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't let the beauty have a hidden grudge. He hurriedly smiled and said, "This Xiao is only a commoner in the mountains. I thought that a royal family like the princess would definitely have thousands of brave guards. You only came to Star Picking Tower to have a look. Since you got the Scarlet Flame War Chariot, why don't you hurry back home happily? How could you stay in Bronze Pillar country for long?" Therefore, when this Xiao saw the princess, he couldn't help but exclaim, "How could there be a second person as beautiful as the princess in this world?" Gidge. Princess Baihua laughed. It was very sweet and even clearer than the flowing water under the pleasure boat. Fellow Daoist Xiao's mouth seems to be more powerful than his fists and feet. In the future, I don't know how many women will be deceived by fellow Daoist Xiao. This servant needs to consider whether my Chanu country should issue a decree to prohibit fellow Daoist Xiao from entering and leaving Chanu country. Ayaya, how can that be? Xiao Hua said happily and smoothly said, "This Xiao still wants to go to Chanu country one day to congratulate Princess Baihua on ascending to the throne of the country. This decree of yours has really cut off this Xiao's thoughts. In the future, if I can't see a heavenly beauty like the princess again, wouldn't I be depressed to death?" Gegegage. Princess Baihua's laughter became louder and louder. She seemed to enjoy Xiao Hua's undisguised flattery. "Xiao Hua, if you want to go, then hurry up and get on the boat. In a moment, this boat will set sail." Old monster Ji Feng's voice sounded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "If you continue to tease that little girl under the boat, even if you want to go, you won't be able to go." Ari, after seeing Princess Baihua, how could this Xiao still want to go to any other place? Xiao Hua sighed and flew up. "I only wish to stand by this river for 100 days and 1,000 days. I also won't feel tired." -11. Chapter 3305. Really? Princess Baihua's face blushed, even her jade-like neck turned red. Princess Baihua slightly lowered her head, her cloud-like black hair fluttered in the wind, and her white chin rested on her palace dress. "Of course I'm lying to you. How many words of truth can these Daoist priests speak? If they don't have glib tongues, how can they fill their stomachs?" A cold voice came from the veil of the pleasure boat. "If you don't believe me, I'll catch a few Daoist priests on the streets of Bronze Pillar country tomorrow for you to see." Xiao Hua was also familiar with this voice. It was the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace's Inspector Ao Shuai. Xiao Hua landed on the pleasure boat and looked up to see the situation inside the veil. The pleasure boat was very quiet. There were only 4 red lanterns around the boat, and then there were a few chairs. At this time, there were 2 Yarrow sitting on the chairs. Xiao Hua was secretly puzzled. Strange. Why don't I see Murong Tsongyun? But just as he was puzzled, Xiao Hua frowned and said, "It's even stranger. Murong Tsongyun didn't say she would come to the auction, but I thought she would come. What does her not coming have to do with me? Why do I suddenly think of her?" Xiao Hua. Princess Baihua's voice suddenly became like a mosquito. "Why don't you answer my question? Are you thinking of someone else?" "How could that be?" Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I'm just thinking, what is the national surname of Chanu country? This Zhao Qian's son Li Ju Wu Zheng Wang is too hard to guess. It seems like I have no choice but to cultivate my Dao sect's divination techniques first. Fut fut. Princess Baihua was about to laugh, but suddenly she seemed to realize something. The blush on her face became even more intense. She hurriedly covered her mouth and laughed in a low voice. Her eyes actually flickered. She didn't dare to stare at Xiao Hua like before. Xiao Hua, it's windy and snowy outside. Why don't you come in and have a drink? Old demon Jifeng sat on a chair, his short legs hanging in the air, and shouted. Xiao Hua smiled and raised his hand. Your Highness, the wind and frost outside is strong. Don't let the wind and frost blow the princess's flower-like face. The bashfulness on Princess Baihua's face gradually disappeared, and she stepped into the veil. However, after taking 2 steps, she turned back and said with a smile, Brother Xiao, don't mention the word princess again in the future. This servant's name is Xin Yi, and my nickname is Xian Er. After saying that, she giggled again and quickly stepped into the light muslin room. Brother Xiao? Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he rubbed his nose and mocked himself. Am I really that young? Chimpage. Not waiting for Xiao Hua to walk into the veil, Ao Shuai's cold snort once again sounded out. In this world, the 3 things that you can't trust the most are the promises of a cultivator, the feelings of a cultivator, and the reasons of a cultivator. If a cultivator gave you an everlasting promise, you could rest assured. That was because he didn't have any confidence in the feelings between the 2 of you. Instead, he placed his feelings on time. But what was time? What cultivators did not lack the least was time. If a cultivator deeply revealed his sweet words to you as soon as he met you, you could rest assured that he had definitely said these words to others before. Otherwise, how could he so skillfully dissect the feelings in his heart? Let you see the freshness within. As for the reasons of cultivators, TSK, they are even lighter than the dewdrops in the grass. They appear every day, but every time, when the sun rises, these dewdrops disappear. The reasons of cultivators are all kinds of excuses, appearing and disappearing at any time. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To tell the truth, Princess Baihua was indeed very beautiful. She was just like her name. She had the beauty of 100 flowers, but also the bashfulness of 100 flowers. However, how could he be like Ao Shuai and spread his peacock tail as soon as he met her and let her admire him? Men, after seeing a beautiful woman, casually saying a few words, wasn't that normal? Besides, such a night, such a moon, even if it was somewhat ambiguous, it was still the moon that caused the disaster, right? There was no need to beat all the cultivators in the world to death all at once. Lord Inspector, you seem to also be a cultivator, right? Could it be that this is your experience when you were young? Xiao Hua walked into the light muslin, glanced at the arrogant Ao Shuai who was sitting on the chair, and said indifferently. Who knew that Ao Shuai only glanced at him and choked Xiao Hua with a sentence. This old man is a demon, and even more so a dragon. This is an innate divine ability, the darling of heaven and earth. How could you cultivators compare to me? Don't use the word cultivators in this world have already become unbearably dirty on this envoy's head. In this envoy's eyes, you cultivators are the greediest locusts in the mortal world. Xiao Hua frowned. He coldly glanced at Ao Shuai and no longer paid any attention to him. Who would want to talk to this ugly dragon-headed humanoid? Hihi, Brother Ao's words are a bit extreme. Old monster Ji Feng, who was sitting on the other chair, hastily stood up and reached out with his hand. He took out a dark green copper pot and a wine cup from his bosom, walked in front of Xiao Hua, smiled and handed it over to Xiao Hua, then said to Ao Shuai, how many billions of cultivators are there in the world? So many cultivators, how can you generalize them? There must be someone as straightforward as Xiao Hua, right? Ao Shuai glanced at old demon Ji Feng from the corner of his eyes. He raised his hand and poured the wine that was as red as blood into his mouth. He said indifferently, we demons are the true rulers of this world. Humans are nothing more than food for us. They have taken advantage of the heavens to live in this world. But now, these locust-like things have actually occupied 2 continents, squeezing us geniuses to the 1,000-demon sacred realm. Our sacred dragon race has no choice but to settle down in the dragon palace of the 4 seas. Haha, Dragon Palace, sounds very mysterious, but that is the bottom of the ocean. It doesn't see the sun all day long, it only relies on pearls for illumination. Regardless of whether it is armor or weapons, they are all covered in seaweed and rust. Who wouldn't want to lie under the warm sunshine, sleep in, and stretch their bodies? Unfortunately, these places are all occupied by humans. Even when this old man is rolling on the beach, there are people peeping. Hee hee, hee hee. Old monster Ji Feng smiled and raised his hand, indicating Xiao Hua to pour wine for him, but he himself tried to smooth things over. Brother Ao is from the dragon race, your birth is noble. This old man is nothing more than a lowly demon. How can I have so many thoughts? To be able to cultivate for one more day, to live for one more day is this old man's pursuit. As for whether it is a human, demon, Confucian, Buddhist, or even Daoist, this old man doesn't care. As he spoke, he pointed at the wine in front of Ao Shuai and said with a smile, "Besides, isn't Brother Ao's wine the 100 Flowers little girl's toast? Your Dragon Palace's wine is indeed good, but there is only one taste. Drinking it every day is already boring, right? How can it compare to hidden immortal continent's endless wine? Also, the cultivators that Brother Ao mentioned just now, hehe, don't tell me that Brother Ao didn't transform into a human to train in the mortal world." Chimpage. Xiao Hua at the side snorted coldly, "My human race is the spirit of all living things, where the heaven and earth are. No matter if it is intelligence or cultivation, we are the best. When cultivating, we can advance 1,000 miles in a day. How can demons compare? The best medium for cultivation in the world was none other than human beings. Everything in the world would eventually transform into the Tao of human form. That was why there were so many flowers, birds, fishes, and insects in the world who tried their best and went through all kinds of trials and tribulations to finally attain the Tao and cultivate into a human form. However, there are so many twists and turns. Only when they reach the basic human form can they obtain the simplest conditions for cultivation. You are the Eastern Sea Patrol. Didn't you also go to the mortal world of my human race to train? Taste all the flavors of my human race. Sharpen my intellect. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Ao Shuai laughed until he swayed back and forth, those sharp dragon claws scratching in the air as if he heard the funniest thing in the world. Seeing Ao Shuai laughing at him like this, Xiao Hua didn't say much. He raised the wine pot and sniffed it, then placed it on the table in front of him. Although the spiritual wine was good, Xiao Hua didn't like it. Now, in front of Ao Shuai and old demon Ji Feng, he couldn't drink too much. While Ao Shuai was laughing, the dragon-shaped pleasure boat began to move. The sound of a flute resounded from the bow of the boat. It was Princess Baihua, who had entered the veil a step earlier. She didn't linger around old monster Ji Feng and Ao Shuai for long. She walked to the bow of the boat and actually began to play the flute. The clear water is long, the flute sounds are faint, the moonlight entices, the thoughts are sorrowful, the boat swims. The pleasure boat passed through the arched bridge, turned a corner, and entered another river. This river was clearly much wider than before, and there were fewer pleasure boats. Ao Shuai's laughter gradually died down amidst the flute sounds. His mocking gaze looked at Princess Hundred Flowers' back, then landed on the messy water. After a while, he drank a cup of wine and said, "Sigh, I have to say, although humans are cunning and selfish, they are also smart. Not to mention cultivation, even the Tao of zither, go, calligraphy, and painting is not something we demons can compare to. It's definitely not a coincidence that this world is filled with humans." That's right. Old demon Ji Feng took the opportunity to laugh. Our 1,000-demon sacred realm's Archean Aeon Ridge is filled with the sound of wind all day long. It's either lion's roar or wolf's howl. How can there be such beautiful music? If we don't enter the hidden immortal continent and don't take human form, how can we know? What a pity. How could an ignorant person like you know what we are thinking? They actually think that they are the spirits of all living things, and that everything in this world has to follow them. Not to mention that flowers, birds, insects, and fish can't be lumped together. Even if they are considered the same species, they can't be considered demons. Taking a step back, even if they can take human form and look like humans, how can they cultivate like humans? Taking human form is just for a better survival. If this world is filled with cockroaches, they will definitely turn into cockroaches. Ao Shuai sighed and said without looking at Xiao Hua, humans being the spirits of all living things is just laughable arrogance. Humans being the leader of all living things is even more lamentable self-deception. Hee hee. Xiao Hua laughed and looked up. Ao Shuai, let me ask you. Why did you take human form? Why did you come to the hidden immortal continent to train? -11. Chapter 3306. Xiao Hua. Didn't this old man say it just now? The reason why I transformed into human form is not because you humans are the leader of all living things, but because you humans are too good at reproducing. This hidden immortal continent and the Pure Land world are all humans. If I don't transform into human form, how can I succeed in gaining experience? Also, because there are too many humans in this world, we have no choice but to adapt to this change. We have no choice but to go to your human race to gain experience and know what you think and do. Otherwise, unless our demon race exterminates your human race, we won't have to do this. It is precisely because our human race is the spirit of all living things that our human race can reproduce like this, obtain the destiny of heaven and earth, and control the two continent. Xiao Hua himself is a human, so he naturally has to speak for the human race. Since he has nothing to do now, he might as well debate with Ao Shuai. Otherwise, our human race would have been exterminated long ago. Hehe, Xiao Hua, weren't you talking about the theory of transformation just now? What kind of flowers, birds, insects, and fish need to transform to cultivate? Now that you know the fundamental reason why our demon race transforms, why don't you mention it? Ao Shuai sneered and retorted. That's true. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. He used to think that this was correct, but after listening to Ao Shuai's words, his intuition told him that Ao Shuai's words were not wrong. Now that he thought about it again, Xiao Hua used to think that flowers, birds, insects, and fish transforms into human form by using the human body's meridians to cultivate. But now, the hidden immortal continent and the Pure Land world's Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects don't use meridians, so the flowers, birds, insects, and fish transforms into human form without using meridian. Since they don't use the human body to cultivate, then, the human being is the spirit of all living things is somewhat unreliable. Just as Ao Shuai said, this sentence is a gimmick used by the human race to show off. Let this old man teach you a little more. Seeing that Xiao Hua was somewhat silent, Ao Shuai proudly said, the so-called flowers, birds, insects, and fish should be divided into two categories. Flowers and plants belong to the lowest category. Although they are considered to have vitality, they don't have life. They are lower than humans. Perhaps they take human form to get closer to the human race. Birds, insects, and fish can only be regarded as demon beasts. They have obtained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and can cultivate, so they can be regarded as demons. Only those like us who are born with the legacy of the demon clan, born with the strongest demon body in the world, are true demons. Right, speaking of which, since you humans are the wisest of all living things, why have I never heard that you humans have inherited memories and cultivation methods? Xiao Hua was somewhat at a loss for words. At this time, Princess Baihua walked over. Although her voice was somewhat timid, her tone was clear and bright. Senior, although our human race doesn't have the ability to pass down inheritances, we still have the ability to pass down inheritances. But we humans have the ability to learn and create. Through learning, the human race can learn the abilities of the demon race. Through creation, the human race can innovate and bring forth new things. The student can surpass the master. Each generation will be stronger than the previous one. On the other hand, the demon race only knows how to pass down their legacies. They are stuck to the rules, and each generation is worse than the last. This is why we humans have the upper hand in the three continent. That's right, that's exactly the case. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and laughed. Hee, even the little girl from 100 Flowers isn't convinced. Ao Shuai seemed to admire Princess Baihua very much. He chuckled and said, when it comes to learning, do you think we demons don't know? Wasn't transforming and going to the hidden immortal continent just to learn? Creation? Heh, what kind of forgery is that? Does it count as creation? Those cultivation methods of your human race, not to mention Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects or Daoist sects, aren't they all plagiarized from our demon race's inheritance? Aren't they all just drawing on gourds? If this kind of plagiarism is creation, then the word creation in this world has been blasphemed by you humans. The word creation was originally created by our human race. How we blaspheme it is our own business. Princess Baihua and Xiao Hua had a common enemy and also refuted Ao Shuai without the slightest hesitation. Ao Shuai listened to Princess Baihua's roguish argument and faintly smiled. Since creation is a characteristic of your human race, then why don't you create something that doesn't exist in this world? Since you think that the human race is the wisest of all living things, then why do many origin formations, many Buddhist seals, especially in Daoist sects, many spells have traces of my demon race? If it's not a dragon form, then it's a phoenix form. Is it because any of the demon race's incarnations are more powerful than the human race? Boom! Ao Shuai's words struck Xiao Hua like a bolt of lightning. Xiao Hua was immediately dumbstruck. That's right, let's not talk about the demonic form of this magic art. Just talking about the true bloodline of the Dawn Rain continent, isn't it because the cultivator's essence blood contains the bloodline of spirit beasts that they can advance by leaps and bounds during cultivation and greatly increase their power? If the human race is the wisest of all living things, why would they need to rely on the blood of spirit beasts? Princess Baihua has been paying attention to Xiao Hua's expression. At this time, seeing Xiao Hua in a daze, she hurriedly refuted. Senior, nowadays, whether it's Daoist sects, Confucian cultivators, or Buddhist sects, our human race has thousands of cultivation methods, each of which has its own advantages. Although some cultivation methods have the demon form of the demon race, many of them don't. Most of the cultivation methods of Confucian cultivators don't have it, right? The cultivation methods of Buddhist sects are mainly about Buddha, there's almost no demon form. Moreover, the so-called 3,000 great Taos, hundreds of schools, and 3,000 great worlds are the end of our human race's cultivation. Senior, don't tell this junior that you don't know about Confucian cultivators' ascension and Buddhist sects' heavenly gates guidance. This is different from your demon race's shattering of the void. This old man naturally knows about this. Ao Shuai smiled somewhat triumphantly. Since your human race's ascension and heavenly gates guidance are on par with my demon race's shattering of the void, what qualifications do you humans have to say that you're the wisest of all living things? This. Princess Baihua was also at a loss for words. She glanced at Xiao Hua, who seemed to have lost his soul, and hurriedly took out a cup that looked like a flower bud from her small cosmos bag and handed it to Xiao Hua. Brother Xiao, this is my Chanu country's new tea, please taste it. Xiao Hua took it and only put it to his mouth but didn't drink it. His brows were still wrinkled as he looked at the blue waves beside the boat, as if he was still thinking about what Ao Shuai said just now. Princess Baihua waved her hand and a dark green flute appeared in her hand. She immediately put it to her lips and blew it a few times. The sound wasn't loud, but it made Xiao Hua feel as if he had just woken up from a dream. Seeing that Xiao Hua was somewhat sober, Princess Baihua hurriedly said, Brother Xiao, whether humans are the wisest of all living things or whether demons are the wisest of all living things, they all have their own reasons. If you want to search for the origin, I'm afraid you have to go straight to the ancient times. Or even back to the ancient times. Although we are human cultivators, if you want to search for the answer in the human world, it's impossible. The saying people in this mountain, deep in the clouds, not knowing where to go is exactly like this. Brother Xiao, you don't have to think too much at this time. If you want to know the details, first cultivate your Daoist cultivation method to the extreme. It won't be too late to search for it after you ascend. That's right. Xiao Hua was really enlightened. This matter was related to the ancient times. What was the use of thinking too much about it? Xiao Hua smiled at Princess Baihua, then glared at Ao Shuai. He knew that this guy had bad intentions and wanted to destroy his Dao heart. Fortunately, his Dao heart wasn't damaged at all under Princess Baihua's protection. Ao Shuai saw that Xiao Hua had woken up and sighed in his heart. He raised the wine cup in his hand and drank it in one gulp. Xiao Hua wanted to say something, but old eccentric Ji Feng, who had been silent all this time, reminded him, "Everyone, be careful. We're about to enter the auction." Oh? Xiao Hua frowned and looked out of the boat in confusion. They were just about to enter the auction. What was there to be careful about? Could it be that there was something strange about the auction? As for Ao Shuai's words, they were like a small thorn that deeply pierced into Xiao Hua's heart. Princess Baihua's words might be reasonable and represent the thoughts of all humans, but they were, after all, true humans. They could only think from the perspective of humans. However, Xiao Hua was now somewhat different from a pure human. Whether it was the Daoist, Confucian, and Buddhist cultivation methods, the tempering of dragon veins, phoenix body, and divine bones, or even the cultivation of demon blood, they all gave him more opportunities to come into contact with things that humans didn't know about. They gave him the fate to come into contact with things that ordinary people couldn't understand. Although Ao Shuai's words were a bit extreme, if one really thought about it, they were somewhat reasonable. Under the gaze of Xiao Hua and the others, the pleasure boat quietly floated forward, as if it was being supported by a hand. And in front of the pleasure boat, there was an arch bridge. This arch bridge was very desolate, there were no lights, and there were no signs of infatuated men and women being together forever. Just as the dragon heads in front of the boat touched the arch bridge, an indescribable fluctuation was emitted from the balls in the mouths of the two dragon head. Wung wung. It seemed like dozens of wasps were flapping their wings at the same time. A slight buzzing sound was actually emitted from under the bridge. Then, in the bridge, the pitch-black space warped like ripples. This warping seemed to be able to spread, and in a moment, the entire bridge was filled with this kind of warping. Following this kind of warping, the boat began to shake violently, and the deck of the boat made popping sounds, as if the entire boat was about to be torn apart. However, the light gauze that was fluttering in the wind just now emitted a faint brilliance, and in this shaking, it didn't move in the slightest. Xiao Hua and the others naturally didn't care about this kind of shaking, but when Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over this distortion, a trace of astonishment flashed across his face. But it was very simple. The fluctuation emitted by this kind of distortion was the fluctuation of an ordinary transmission array, just that it was somewhat different from the transmission array of Xiaoyu continent. Sure enough, after the several Zhonglong boat completely entered the less than 2 Zhonglong arched bridge, a grey brilliance flashed, and the boat disappeared. The entire arch bridge was still that arch bridge, and the flowing water was still that flowing water. There was no change at all. Transmission array? How is this possible? Xiao Hua was very astonished. Previously, in Zhai Xinglu's Bright Moon Palace, didn't Fu Juan say, no, even Xiao Yi also said that this hidden immortal continent doesn't have a transmission array, and one can only rely on flying to go anywhere. How could a transmission array appear here? -11. Chapter 3307. Xiao Hua was flabbergasted, but he didn't show it on his face. He just watched quietly. But at this moment, Xiao Hua and the others' eyes were different. After the grey light flashed, there was actually a huge space. There was still a river in this space, but the river was already dozens of zhonglong. The pleasure boat seemed small in this river, and the water in the river was also turbulent, causing the pleasure boat to be a little bumpy. Xiao Hua turned his head to take a look. Behind the pleasure boat, there was also a huge cave entrance. The mountain was rugged, and there was a huge stalactite hanging there, blocking the entrance of the cave. The river water flowed under the stalactite, and it seemed that they could only enter this cave through the teleportation array. And the boats that came in from outside the cave would be blocked by the stalactite. Where is this? Xiao Hua glanced at it and naturally released his divine sense. However, when his divine sense swept through the cave, Xiao Hua was shocked to discover that this cave was actually able to isolate his divine sense. Moreover, when his divine sense landed on the walls of the cave, there were signs of corrosion. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, interesting. I wonder if I'll have to use this transmission array when I leave. Withdrawing his divine sense, Xiao Hua looked at the other side of the cave. The entire cave was like the belly of a huge fish. Above Xiao Hua and the others, there were rows of protruding rocks at the top of the cave. A grayish-white mountain ridge about 1 zhong long passed through the middle of these rocks and disappeared at the end of the pleasure boat along the river. And at the end of the river, there was a cave that was dozens of zhong long. It was pitch black inside, and there wasn't any light. Only the faint sound of water falling into the river could be heard. Hearing the sound of water falling into the river, Xiao Hua understood that when the river reached the cave, it would definitely turn into a waterfall. If there was no accident, there should be a huge abyss inside the cave. However, Xiao Hua's gaze fell on old monster Zhifeng's face. This rat spirit appeared to be very calm. When he saw Xiao Hua looking at him, he actually grinned. Keek tilde since he wasn't even afraid of a rat spirit that was at the 4th level of elemental energy, Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't care about the abyss. He didn't believe that the pleasure boat beneath him was just a pleasure boat. On the contrary, Princess Baihua Xinyi, who had just joined forces with Xiao Hua against a common enemy, poured Xiao Hua a cup of Chanu Kingdom's new tea. Her pair of eyes very curiously looked at this very strange cave. Her gaze moved from here to there. After looking once, she actually stood up from her chair and walked to Xiao Hua's side. She whispered, "Brother Xiao, this place has a hint of gloom. It's better for this servant to walk together with Brother Xiao." Xiao Hua held the petal-like teacup in his hand. The dark green tea in the teacup exuded a faint fragrance. He placed the teacup in his mouth and took a sip. A pure world spirit qi penetrated into his internal organs from the tea, giving him a very comfortable feeling. Hearing Princess Baihua's whisper, he couldn't help but smile. "Fellow immortal Xin, why did you come to this auction? Who invited you here? Who are you supposed to be with?" "Ari, this servant only wanted to see the excitement. Who knew that the auction would be like this?" Princess Baihua spoke halfway and stole a glance at Ao Shuai, who was talking to old monster Zhifeng. She stopped and said faintly, "Fellow immortal, I don't know if you've seen the heirs of the Copper Pillar country's royal family. If fellow immortal knows them, then you must know how lonely we are. Although this servant is above tens of thousands of people in the Chanu kingdom, but this servant's body has countless shackles. These shackles seem invisible, but they're always present in every corner. Not to mention the various rules and regulations in the royal palace, just the scheming between people makes this servant sick to death. This time, this servant came to the Copper Pillar country to discuss cooperation with the Copper Pillar country's crown prince. But this servant didn't expect to encounter Zhai Xinglu's auction. What's more, this servant also obtained the Scarlet Flame War chariot from that auction. Previously, this servant clearly stated that the value of this Scarlet Flame War chariot to this servant is far greater than the amount of elemental stones this servant paid. This Scarlet Flame War chariot is this servant's opportunity to control the Chanu kingdom. Brother Xiao, don't forget. This servant still owes you a favor. My Chanu kingdom has many lost cultivation methods and secret techniques from the Daoist sects. I'm afraid this will be extremely useful to you. You must protect this servant well, otherwise, this servant's favor will fly away. As if afraid that Xiao Hua would dare to let her go, Princess Baihua hurriedly mentions what she said at the auction. Then she continues, this servant is very happy to have obtained the war chariot. During the day, the discussion with the Copper Pillar country's crown prince was also very harmonious. According to the plan, tomorrow, it should be early this morning, this servant will bring the war chariot back to the Chanu kingdom. Thinking about the birdcage-like royal palace in the kingdom, this servant's heart is tangled. I really don't want to go back so early. Just now at the auction, didn't Senior Zhifeng say something to the Eastern Sea Patrol? Thus, this servant took advantage of the time when you guys were bidding for the heavenly horse to sneak into Senior Ao Shuai's room to inquire. After this servant offered more than 10 jars of my Chanu kingdom's new wine, Senior Ao Shuai finally relented and agreed to bring this servant to watch the fun. Ari, since it was Ao Shuai who brought you here, you should be with him. Xiao Hua sighs and touches his nose. He bitterly smiles and says, This Xiao's cultivation is shallow. When I come here, I can't even take care of myself. How can I protect you? You are the future ruler of the Chanu kingdom. If something happens to you, this Xiao can't afford to take responsibility. Brother Xiao. Princess Baihua pouts her small mouth, showing that delicate and pitiful appearance. Just now, we fought together with Senior Ao. You see, don't forget that we are all humans. He and Senior Zhifeng are both demons. If this servant doesn't follow you, who else can I follow? But it doesn't matter, Brother Xiao, you can rest assured. With this servant here, I will definitely protect you and won't let you lose a single hair. Who told us to be humans? Don't you think so? This. Looking at Princess Baihua's somewhat sly eyes, Xiao Hua is speechless. Just now, he said that he couldn't protect her, but she actually turned around to protect him. What can Xiao Hua say? Brother Xiao. Princess Baihua drags her voice again. It's just an auction, what danger can there be? This servant only feels that this place is gloomy. Moreover, when we were about to board the pleasure boat, Senior Ao of the demon race already said that he was also invited here. He doesn't know the depth of this auction, so he can't guarantee this servant's safety. This servant is relying on you. Being unreasonably entangled by Princess Baihua like this, Xiao Hua is also helpless. Regardless of whether this auction is dangerous or not, what Princess Baihua said is right. He and Princess Baihua are both humans. In this place, they can only support each other and have no other choice. Ari, the eyes of others blind, the mouth of others is soft. Xiao Hua sighs helplessly. Just now, the distance between this Xiao and you was too close. Now, this Xiao wants to taste your new tea. How can this Xiao dare not agree? He. Princess Baihua is not surprised that Xiao Hua will agree. She says with a smile, this servant knows that Brother Xiao's mouth is hard and his heart is soft. At this point, Princess Baihua's eyes turn and says, it seems that Brother Xiao's mouth is even softer than his heart, right? Xiao Hua's face instantly becomes a bit hot. He knows that Princess Baihua is alluding to the words he said before boarding the pleasure boat. However, before Xiao Hua can think of a way to answer, the entire pleasure boat makes a strange sound like a horse stepping on a bluestone. Xiao Hua hurriedly looks up. In this short period of time, the pleasure boat has already arrived in front of another cave. From the cave, a sound similar to that of a cow mooing can be heard. It seems that there is another world inside. At this time, under the pleasure boat, the water seems to be boiling and bubbles appear. These bubbles rush up to the pleasure boat and cause it to shake. Xiao Hua's heart is moved, and he looks at old monster Zhifeng. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, old monster Zhifeng's rat eyes also flash with a trace of doubt. It seems that he is also astonished. Old monster Zhifeng. Xiao Hua hurriedly calls out, when can we reach the auction? Is it inside this cave? Old monster Zhifeng bitterly smiles and waves his hand. Don't ask this old man. This old man only knows that after sitting on this dragon boat and passing through the arch bridge, we can reach the auction. And this dragon boat can at most seat 4 people. This old man does not know anything else. Just as he is speaking, an enormous suction force suddenly appears in front of the pleasure boat. Everyone's body slightly leans back, and the entire pleasure boat rushes into the cave faster than flying sword. Boom! Inside the dragon's head in front of the pleasure boat, a completely different fluctuation appeared. This fluctuation overflowed into the cave, emitting a violent rumbling sound. As this rumbling sound rang out, Xiao Hua felt his eyes widen slightly. Soon after, a sound even louder than this rumbling sound rushed into his ears, as if 10,000 drums were beating at the same time. Deafening sounds are exactly what Xiao Hua was thinking. Hiss! Amidst the countless rumbling sounds, Xiao Hua releases his divine sense. After seeing it clearly, he gasped. The pleasure boat rushed into a huge abyss. Behind the pleasure boat, the river that was dozens of feet long rushed out of the cave like a snow-white dragon. It roared as it rushed towards the bottom of the abyss. When the water hit the rock walls, it made a loud noise. There are probably dozens of snow dragons like this in the abyss. These waterfalls all make the same loud noise. In the abyss, aside from this sound, There is only floating water. The pleasure boat rushes into the abyss and only pauses for a moment before falling into the abyss again. Xiao Hua is shocked, but Princess Bai Hua's scream has already sounded. Unfortunately, Princess Bai Hua's scream is like an ant's in the abyss. Even Xiao Hua, who is close by, can't hear it clearly. Not good. Xiao Hua is shocked. He immediately activates the little bit of magic power in his body. Before he can use the flying talisman, the veils around the pleasure boat suddenly rise like wings. Waves of graceful music actually comes from these veils. -11. Chapter 3308. Roar. With two clear roars, the two dragon figures in front of the pleasure boat rushed out along with the music. After winding in the air for a moment, they immediately pulled the pleasure boat, and the pleasure boat abruptly stopped in midair. Then, the two dragon figures flashed with a green brilliance. As the brilliance became more and more intense, the dragon figures roared again and rushed toward the stone wall. Woo woo. With two collision sounds, the dragon figures rushed into the stone wall, and immediately, thousands of light shadows sprayed out from the stone wall. As soon as the light shadows fell on the dragon figures immediately turned into green stalks like a horned dragon. Moreover, these light shadows followed the green stalks to cover the pleasure boat, and in a moment, the entire pleasure boat was wrapped up. The moment the light shadows were sealed, the thunderous sounds in the entire abyss immediately disappeared. Moreover, through the light shadows, the entire abyss also changed. At this time, the pleasure boat of Xiao Hua and the others had already transformed into a small pavilion. On the pavilion, the number 9 flashed with a faint brilliance. The pavilion was surrounded by vines, and the mist that filled the sky was like a hand, brushing these slender vines. In the entire abyss, in addition to Xiao Hua's pavilion, there were 8 other pavilions of different styles. These pavilions emitted different brilliances, and Xiao Hua and the others couldn't see the situation inside clearly. However, outside the pavilions, the numbers 1, 2, were indeed very clear. Looking at the center of the 9 pavilions, which was the center of the abyss, there was a hill-like drum. On this drum, 2 old men were casually sitting. One of them was holding a fist-sized wine jug, and between the two of them was a floating chessboard. The two of them were drinking wine while playing chess, as if they didn't see the surrounding pavilions. Just as Xiao Hua and the others' pavilions appeared, 9 different brilliances of different colors flew out from the 2 old men's bodies, respectively landing on the 9 pavilions. Then, these 9 brilliances slowly expanded until they covered the entire abyss. This brilliance just happened to be like the ground, isolating the entire space from the abyss. Pa! With a crisp sound, a white chess piece that was as translucent as jade landed on the chessboard. The old man who was holding the white chess piece stood up and laughed heartily. Old Ghost Qingyu, you've lost this game. If you want to make a comeback, you'll have to wait until next time. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly discovered that he could see the chessboard very clearly, as well as the black and white flags on the chessboard. Motherfucker, is there a mistake? Since when did you have chess pieces here? Why didn't I see him just now? Before the white-haired old man could completely stand up, the old man holding the black piece shouted angrily. His finger was pointing at a white piece on the chessboard. Haha, if you lose, then you lose. You even learned how to renege. Your chess style is becoming more and more like your character. The white-haired old man waved his hand, and the chessboard turned into fragments and disappeared. I don't have any moral character to begin with. The old man named Qingyu muttered a few words, raised his eyes to look around, and then somewhat unhappily called out, Old Devil Qin, why did only 9 families come this time? Your auction is getting more and more desolate. Hee hee. The old man with the surname Qin rubbed his hands in embarrassment. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. Many cultivators don't have time to spare. Moreover, there's an auction at Star Plucking Tower today. That's why there aren't many people here. Forget it, there's not much time left. Let's hurry up and get started. I'm waiting to go back. The old man named Qingyu waved his hand and urged. All right, I'll call the boy over right now. The old man with the surname Qin extended his hand and took out a copper bell the size of a fist from his wide sleeve. As it shook slightly, a handsome young man walked out from the stone wall and bowed in front of the old man. This humble one is Yang Sheng. Greetings, esteemed master. The old man with the surname Qin put the copper bell into his sleeve and raised his head. His slightly blurry eyes swept across the 9 pavilions. Xiao Hua naturally saw the old man's gaze as well. Although they were separated by a great distance, Xiao Hua felt that the old man's gaze could penetrate his body and see through him. As for Xiao Hua himself, although he released his divine sense, he could only vaguely sense the old man's restrained aura. He couldn't truly grasp the old man's strength. Good heavens, I've finally met an expert. Xiao Hua was somewhat speechless. He knew that this old man was at least at the late nascent soul stage and was definitely not someone he could deal with. After the old man with the surname Qin finished looking through the 9 pavilions, he leisurely said, "This old man's surname is Qin and my title is Master 9 Firmaments. I've invited all of you here today because I have a few items to bid on. Of course, some of you already know what these items are, so I don't want to say too much. Everyone will see in a moment. As for the rules of the auction, I won't say too much either. In a moment, the boy under me will explain in detail. In short, I thank all of you for coming tonight. All of you who are able to participate in tonight's auction will receive a token from this old man after the auction is over. If any of you have any problems in the future, you can use the token and the contact information in the token to contact this old man. This old man will do his best to help you." With that, Master 9 Firmaments waved his sleeve and a few wisps of mist rushed out from the bulging area. When the mist dissipated, the old man named Qing Yu also disappeared. The youth named Yang Sheng hastily bowed and saluted, respectfully sending off Master. Once the old man disappeared, he stood up and saluted the crowd again. "Seniors, this junior is called Yang Sheng. Today, I have been appointed by Master to serve seniors. Now, Junior will first explain the rules of the auction to seniors. The rules of this auction are slightly different from those of the Copper Pillar State Star-Plucking Pavilion. Aside from the 3 precious items that Master has already informed us of, if there are any other items that seniors wish to bid on, you can name them. If Master has them, he will definitely bid on them. Furthermore, if Master doesn't have them, other seniors can also take them out to bid. However, Junior can also bid on the items that seniors have taken out. Of course, if seniors have items that others won't bid on, you can take them out. Junior will definitely give seniors a satisfactory price. It was unknown whether it was because everyone was reserved or because they were afraid of Master 9 Firmaments, but no one spoke from the 9 pavilions. Xiao Hua listened to these rules thoughtfully and narrowed his eyes as he looked at old monster Ji Feng. Ever since he entered this space, he had been communicating with Ao Shui. It was unknown what they were discussing. However, seeing that the two were somewhat absent-minded and looking outside the pavilion, Xiao Hua didn't feel that they were scheming against him. "Brother Xiao, have you heard of this Master 9 Firmaments?" Princess Baihua was currently sitting on a stone bench next to Xiao Hua. She propped her arm on the stone table and propped up her cheek. She curiously looked at the 2 old men who had disappeared and whispered, "Their cultivations seem to be very powerful." Fellow Daoist Shin Tilda Xiao Hua said unhappily, "You are the princess of a country. If even you don't know about it, how could this Xiao know?" Princess Baihua stuck out her tongue and said mischievously, "This servant only concentrates on cultivation. These things are usually reported by the servants." "Hihi, Yen, let's hear what the 3 treasures Master 9 Firmaments prepared." Xiao Hua nodded. "If they are suitable, you can also bid for some." "Don't." Princess Baihua hurriedly waved her hand. "This servant has already spent all my prime val stones when bidding for the Scarlet Flame War Chariot. Coming to this auction is really to broaden my horizons." Hee. Xiao Hua didn't believe that a princess of a country didn't have any prime val stones. He only smiled and didn't say anything else. Yang Sheng stood in the center of the 9 pavilions and waved his hand. The stone wall he came from flashed with a green light and a stone table flew out. At this time, a tray was placed on top of the table. On the tray were several jade eyes. Seniors, these are jade eyes. Although Yang Sheng was very calm, his words still revealed a trace of awkwardness. Fortunately, this auction was different from the auction at Star Plucking Tower. No one mocked him and no one disturbed him, allowing him to continue speaking. What is recorded inside is the method to make the Thunderbolt battleship, and, unfortunately, although everyone tried their best to maintain their calm, Yang Sheng's words were too shocking. Some people who didn't hear the information cried out, including Princess Baihua. What? What? These jade eyes contain the method to make the Thunderbolt battleship. Princess Baihua almost jumped up from the stone stool. Her previous reserved demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Along with Princess Baihua, the other cultivators in the pavilions were also surprised. They all began to ask Yang Sheng at once. At this time, old monster Ji Feng's rat eyes revealed a trace of pride. He smiled and said, "Little girl, this old man was right, right? You asked Inspector AO to bring you here. You are really lucky. I just don't know if you have enough prime val stones in your Chenkuan bag." Princess Baihua didn't seem to hear old monster Ji Feng's voice. She only looked at the jade eyes on the tray in the distance. Her eyes were filled with eagerness. The two hands she spoke of had already reached out and snatched the jade eyes. Moreover, she was still muttering, how is this possible? The Thunderbolt battleship is the national weapon of the previous Da Cheng kingdom. Ever since the Da Cheng kingdom was destroyed, the Thunderbolt battleship became extinct. It can't be found in the entire hidden immortal continent. How could it appear here? Thunderbolt battleship. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. Although he had never heard of the Thunderbolt battleship before, it seemed to be somewhat similar to his Thunder battleship. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Immortal friend Xin, is this Thunderbolt battleship so famous?" "Brother Xiao, you don't know." Princess Baihua reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the jade eyes and sat down. She smiled and said, "This Thunderbolt battleship is more than just famous. It is extremely famous. It is the greatest weapon in the hidden immortal continent. Every country wants to have it. -11. Chapter 3309. When Xiao Hua heard this, he laughed. "Sounds really powerful. It's beyond my expectations." Princess Baihua sighed and explained, "This Thunderbolt battleship is the Jin province Dacheng kingdom's siege weapon. Thousands of years ago, the Dacheng kingdom used this to conquer countless small countries. If not for the sudden death of the Dacheng kingdom's king, they would have conquered the entire Jin province. Unfortunately, after the sudden death of the Dacheng kingdom's king, the entire kingdom was like a group of dragons without a leader. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. In one night, the kingdom actually split into more than 10 countries. However, none of the kings of these countries actually knew how to make the Thunderbolt battleship. When all of their Thunderbolt battleships were used up, the hidden immortal continent never saw another Thunderbolt battleship again." Xiao Hua nodded slightly and asked again, "Between the Thunderbolt battleship and the Scarlet Flame War chariot, which one is stronger?" Princess Baihua smiled bitterly. I'm afraid there's nothing to compare them. They have different uses. The Scarlet Flame War chariot is an imitation of the Scarlet Emperor War chariot. The Scarlet Emperor War chariot is suitable for a commander. It's not suitable for group attacks. If ordinary soldiers could also stand on the war chariot, how could it be called the Scarlet Emperor War chariot? The Thunderbolt battleship is used by ordinary soldiers. It can carry thousands of people. It's said that a Thunderbolt battleship can be hundreds or even thousands of feet long. On the battlefield, a Thunderbolt battleship can destroy a country's capital. What's more, this Thunderbolt battleship also has a battle formation. 3 in a group, 9 in a group. When they form a battle formation, they're practically invincible. At this point, Princess Baihua narrowed her eyes and stared at Xiao Hua as if she was thinking of something. However, when her gaze met Xiao Hua's puzzled gaze, she immediately looked away and a trace of shyness appeared on her face. When Princess Baihua was explaining to Xiao Hua, Yang Sheng's face was also red. He stuttered as he answered the questions of the people around him. This is something Master obtained from outside. This one can naturally guarantee that the Jedi records are complete. Not only does it have the method to make the Thunderbolt battleship, it also has the battle formation diagrams of these Thunderbolt battleships. If any senior wants to bid, you can pay the Primeval stones first, then look at it yourself. If you feel that there's a mistake, you can refund it. Yang Sheng, what's the starting bid? Once they heard that there was a battle formation inside the Jade Eyes, some people couldn't help but shout out. Yang Sheng bit his lips lightly and said loudly, "The esteemed lord has already instructed that the 3 treasures we're offering won't be auctioned publicly. If any senior is interested in bidding, you can send a voice transmission to me. I'll sell the treasures to the senior who offers the highest price." "How can that be? Who knows if you offered the highest price? What if no one bids?" The voice almost blurted out. Unfortunately, after this voice, no one spoke in agreement. Even Yang Sheng's face turned slightly red and he did not reply. Xiao Hua watched from afar. Although he couldn't see clearly who was talking in the pavilion, Xiao Hua still felt like he was looking at a fool. Since Master Nine Firmaments had sent a young man with a low cultivation base to act as a judge, he naturally wanted to make the people participating in the auction feel at ease. Besides, why would Master Nine Firmaments need to do such a thing? Especially since he didn't need to open his mouth to bid. If he had any tricks up his sleeve, he wouldn't even need to bring the treasures to the auction. As for why no one would bid, Xiao Hua only needed to think for a moment to understand. Just like how old monster Ji Feng knew that there was something he needed at the auction, the other people at the auction must also know that the Thunderbolt battleship would appear. Moreover, they must have made preparations to bid for it. There was more than one such person. Only people like Xiao Hua and Princess Baihua, who had been invited at the last minute, would be so surprised. As expected, although this person's temperament was a bit impatient, he definitely wasn't a fool. After blurting out those words, he didn't say anything else. He clearly understood the reason. "Seniors, if you've finished your discussion, you can send a voice transmission to me," Yang Sheng very respectfully said to Xiao Hua's pavilion. He didn't turn to Xiao Hua. Seeing this, Xiao Hua knew that his previous guess was correct. This Yang Sheng knew that no one would bid for it. "Brother Xiao." Princess Baihua suddenly opened her mouth, a trace of excitement on her face. Her already perky chest heaved slightly. How many more Primeval stones do you have in your Chenkuan pouch? Can you lend me a hand?" Xiao Hua was a bit hesitant. He looked at Princess Baihua's eyes and didn't know how to answer. Princess Baihua hurriedly said, "Just now, I've already explained the use of this Thunderbolt battleship to Brother Xiao. This thing has no meaning to ordinary cultivators, but to a country, it's definitely a sharp weapon for its rise. Since I was able to come here, it's my opportunity. It's also my CHANU country's opportunity. I don't want to let it go. I'm willing to use the power of my country to bid for it." Fellow immortal Shin Tilda Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and bitterly smiled. "Do you think the Primeval stones in my pouch can compare to the power of your CHANU country?" Sigh. This sentence poked at Princess Baihua's worries. She immediately became dispirited and sat down weakly on the stone bench. "I'm a bit regretful. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have bid for the Scarlet Flame War Chariot. Why don't you?" Xiao Hua originally wanted to remind Princess Baihua that she could ask old monster Ji Feng or Ao Shui for help, but after looking at the two people who were whispering to each other, he knew that their goal wasn't the Thunderbolt battleship. The thing they wanted to bid for hadn't appeared yet. How could they take out Primeval stones to give to others? "Forget it, fellow immortal Shin. How many Primeval stones do you think I have? You can bid as much as you want." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, "You're the noble princess of CHANU country. Our Primeval stones can be used as a deposit first. Or you can leave your Scarlet Flame War Chariot and other things. When we return to CHANU country, you can bring back the rest of the Primeval stones." Princess Baihua slightly bit her lips. She raised her eyes to look at Xiao Hua and then looked into the distance. Clearly, She had considered Xiao Hua's plan before. In just a moment, Princess Baihua stood up and transmitted a few words to Yang Sheng. When Yang Sheng heard the voice, he turned his head in astonishment. He seemed to be able to see through the brilliance of the pavilion. His gaze fell on Princess Baihua's face. Seeing the sweet smile on Princess Baihua's face, Yang Sheng's face slightly reddened. He nodded at Princess Baihua and then looked at the other pavilions. "Hehe, you're really beautiful," Xiao Hua said with a smile, just saying it made sense. "If I were to say it, I'm afraid I would be immediately rejected, right?" "Hehe, brother Xiao, are you jealous?" Princess Baihua raised her eyebrows. Her watery eyes seemed to be able to speak. "If that's the case, then I won't bid." Don't. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. He knew that Princess Baihua was taking revenge on him for flirting with her before boarding the pleasure boat. He said, "I'm old and my appetite isn't good. I don't want to eat anything." "It's good that brother Xiao isn't angry," Princess Baihua said with a smile. "Actually, I didn't discuss anything with this little guy. I just reported the amount of prime val stones that my CHANU country could pay for the Thunderbolt battleship." "What?" This time it was Xiao Hua's turn to be shocked. "You don't have that many prime val stones on you. How would you dare to bid? If you won the bid and couldn't pay enough prime val stones, what would you do?" Princess Baihua wasn't nervous at all. She glanced at Yang Sheng, who didn't turn around, and explained, "Earlier, this little guy already said clearly that the 3 treasures and prime val stones provided by the esteemed one would be handed over together after the auction. At that time, the other cultivators won't be here. Only I will be here. If he doesn't give the Thunderbolt battleship to me, who else can he give it to? Besides, I don't have that many prime val stones on me, but my CHANU country does. They only need to send a disciple to follow me. Once we arrive at CHANU country, they will immediately receive the prime val stones. Why wouldn't they be willing?" Xiao Hua didn't expect Princess Baihua to be so bold. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Both sides have already bid. Let's wait and see. I hope fellow immortal Shin can get what she wants." "Ari, not necessarily." Princess Baihua also smiled bitterly. "I think that those who can come here to bid for the Thunderbolt battleship must be the nobles of several countries. I may not be able to get what I want. This is the real reason why I dared to bid." Sure enough, after the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yang Sheng raised his voice and said, "Seniors, this junior obtained the number of prime val stones bid by 4 seniors. Among them, the senior in pavilion number 3 bid the highest. The secret method to make the Thunderbolt battleship will be obtained by number 3. As he spoke, the stone table that was floating in mid-air suddenly rotated and flew towards one of the pavilions. After it abruptly entered the pavilion, Yang Sheng smiled and said, "Elder, please check the authenticity of this item. If you feel that the jade eye is a fake, please return it to this younger generation. If you think the jade eye is the real deal, please leave behind the prime val stones that senior just bid for before you leave." A faint voice came from the pavilion. Although it was very soft, it was filled with majesty. There was an unquestionable feeling. Whoosh! When Princess Baihua heard this sound, her face immediately turned pale as if there was no blood in it. Her eyes stared at the stone table that flew into the pavilion. After the stone table flew into the pavilion, it flew out again. Only after the time it takes to drink a cup of tea did color return to her snow-white face. Xiao Hua was also very curious. He didn't know who bid more than Princess Baihua, so he also looked at the pavilion and didn't notice Princess Baihua's abnormality. "All right, seniors, the Thunderbolt battleship has been bid." Yang Sheng didn't miss the opportunity to raise his voice. "Next, the seniors in pavilion number 1 can exercise their right to bid. If there are any treasures or things you need, you can ask for them. If junior can help senior, I will definitely help senior." -11. Chapter 33:10. Okay. Not waiting for Yang Sheng's voice to land, a voice from the number 1 pavilion facing Xiao Hua shouted, "This old man has a set of wooden ox horse refining techniques, whoever is interested can bid." Wooden ox horse. Xiao Hua slightly frowned, looking at old monster Ji Feng and Ao Shuai, who had already stopped whispering. He asked Princess Bai Hua in a somewhat puzzled voice, Immortal Shin, this wooden ox horse, what is it? Actually, Xiao Hua didn't want to ask too much, but he was afraid of missing out on something good. Obviously, Princess Bai Hua was also somewhat absent-minded. She didn't care about Xiao Hua's ignorance and casually said, wooden ox horse was originally a mohist mechanism technique, used to make some oxen and horses to transport food. Later on, after some development, it could make wooden puppets to transport food, and even make puppets to fight. This number 1 pavilion seemed to have bid for the Thunderbolt battleship before. I'm afraid he was also the ruler of a country. This wooden ox horse should be of a higher level, it can be used to make puppet. Of course, he definitely wouldn't take out the highest level puppets to bid. Oh, so it's a puppet technique. Xiao Hua immediately understood, then sighed. My Dao sect's puppet technique might be used to make a puppet to serve people, but in the hands of a Confucian cultivator, it can actually be used to fight. Although this wooden ox horse only has puppets, it's still useful for a small country. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Hua finished talking to himself, someone immediately started bidding, and there were actually 2 people bidding. Since there were 2 people, this bidding became interesting. The 2 sides kept increasing the price. No one was willing to give way, until finally, Yang Sheng could only open his mouth and say, 2 seniors. This junior has already explained the rules. The bidding can't be too long. This is the last bidding. The 2 seniors can each give the price to this senior. If possible, you can hand over the Primeval stones now. Okay. Seeing that they couldn't take advantage of the situation, the 2 bidding cultivators agreed, and transmitted their voices to the cultivators in the number 1 pavilion. Immediately, several jade eyes flew out of the number 1 pavilion. From the other pavilion, a Chenkuan bag flew out. The second bidding was over. Immediately after, another cultivator coughed and said, this old man wants the formation diagram of the 9 heavens raging fire formation. Does anyone have it? Unfortunately, this cultivator's luck was rather bad. He repeated it 3 times in a row, but no one responded. It seemed that it wasn't that no one had this array diagram, but that no one was willing to take it out to bid. Senior in pavilion number 2, you may begin, Yang Sheng said respectfully to the person in the other pavilion. This old man has a young profound cry beast and a secret technique to refine soul-splitting technique. If any of you are interested, you can send a message to this old man, a sharp voice said from the second pavilion. Sigh, a secret technique to refine the soul clone. When Xiao Hua heard this, he couldn't help but become interested. However, he didn't know if this refined avatar was the same as his split avatar. After thinking for a moment, he asked Old Monster Ji Feng, Old Monster Ji Feng, what is this profound cry beast? Why does it sound so unfamiliar to me? Ien, the profound cry beast is a unique demon of the 1000 demon sacred realms Copper Demon Ridge. Old Monster Ji Feng looked at Xiao Hua and explained, although this Copper Demon Ridge isn't the deepest part of the 1000 demon sacred realm, it is still a bit far from the North Sea. Very few of you humans can reach it. Therefore, it is normal that you have never heard of the profound cry beast. This profound cry beast has rough skin and thick flesh since young. An adult profound cry beast is not afraid of ordinary imperial flying swords. If it is refined a little, it is even more powerful than a high-level defensive imperial flying sword. As for this cultivator's profound cry beast cub, I'm afraid its intelligence has already been controlled by the cultivator. Using the secret technique to refine the soul clone to control the profound cry beast, one can have a helper that won't betray him, and 2 can leave a seed after his main body dies. Hehe, Xiao Hua, I think your Dao sect also has such a secret technique. If you are willing, you can bid for this profound cry beast, Ien, especially the secret technique to refine the soul clone. It may be useful in the future. Hehe, since you know that my Dao sect has such a secret technique, then why do I still need to spend Primeval stones to bid? Xiao Hua listened to Old Monster Ji Feng's explanation and knew that this so-called Primeval spirit refining technique was close to the Dao sect's insidious method of possession. He had long lost interest in it and only retorted with a smile. Old Monster Ji Feng glanced at Ao Shuai, who was looking outside the pavilion and ignoring Xiao Hua, and said with a smile, I just feel that it is not easy for you to come here. Moreover, I can't give you any benefits, so I reminded you. Thank you very much, Elder, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Actually, since we are already here, if you have any information about this auction, why don't you tell me in advance? This is much more useful than the reminder just now. Hehe, since you are already here, do you know what is the point of bidding? It is better to watch others arrange it like this. At this time, old monster Ji Feng still didn't tell Xiao Hua what he wanted to bid for. This was really somewhat thought-provoking. Xiao Hua looked at old monster Ji Feng's still warm smile and the unchanging craftiness in his eyes, then looked at Ao Shuai's arrogance and shook his head slightly. He was not afraid of old monster Ji Feng, but he was somewhat afraid of Ao Shuai. But now it seemed that the possibility of the two of them working together to deal with him was not high. Moreover, he was still in this auction. Even if the two of them worked together to deal with him, they would still have to take Master Nine Firmament's face into consideration. In particular, Xiao Hua believed that old monster Ji Feng did not have too many reasons to deal with him. The only possibility was the heavenly horse. If he could bid for something that he liked in the auction, Xiao Hua was still willing to take this risk. The Xianming beast was a bit unfamiliar to Xiao Hua, but to the other cultivators of the hidden immortal continent, it seemed to only be a relatively rare monster beast. After this cultivator spoke, no one responded. At this time, Yang Sheng suddenly raised his head, and a respectful expression appeared on his face. He nodded slightly and said, "Senior, my master is more interested in your soul refining method. If you are willing, you can tell me the amount of origin stones you want to bid. If it is suitable, my master will take it. He won't let Senior return empty-handed." "Hehe, thank you very much, master." That person chuckled. He knew that Master Nine Firmaments didn't want to have a situation where someone had just bid for it. After thanking him, he said a few words to Yang Sheng, and then the jade eye flew out of the pavilion and landed on the stone table. "May I know if the other seniors in Pavilion Number 2 have anything that I can help you with?" After Pavilion Number 1 had handed over the goods, Yang Sheng respectfully asked Pavilion Number 2. "Cough cough, I need a Buddhist sect's third transformation soul-nourishing pill. I wonder if Master has it." A hoarse voice sounded slightly weak. "Third transformation?" Ao Shuai hadn't said anything, as if he disdained to be with Xiao Hua. When he heard the old woman's request, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He opened his wide dragon mouth and sneered, "How can the hidden immortal continent have such a Buddha pill? Even in the Pure Land world. I'm afraid it's not easy to get it. This person is a bit delusional." What the patrol envoy said is very true. Old monster Ji Feng also echoed, "This third transformation soul-nourishing pill requires the Sariya of a Buddhist sect's senior monk who has reincarnated for 3 lifetimes. This kind of rare pill is controlled by the Great Lightning Tune Temple. If it isn't someone who has made a great contribution to the Buddhist sect, it's impossible to get a reward. Although Master Nine Firmaments has great power, I'm afraid it's hard to satisfy, right?" Sure enough, a difficult voice sounded out, "Fellow immortal, I have to disappoint you. This old man really doesn't have a third transformation soul-nourishing pill. However, if your soul is damaged, this old man does have a few Dao sect soul-replenishing pills. Do you need them?" "Forget it." The old woman was very disappointed. She coughed twice and said, "Although the Dao sect's pills have spiritual effects, they are useless to this old man. Many thanks for Master's good intentions. Yen, it seems like the other fellow immortals also don't have this item. I have to disappoint fellow immortal. No matter, this old woman has been disappointed more than once or twice. Maybe it's because I don't have enough luck." After the old woman finished speaking, she didn't say anything else. Yang Sheng waited for a moment and then said respectfully to the third pavilion, "May I ask the senior of the third pavilion, how may I be of service? This servant wants to ask Master to help this servant kill someone." A clear voice said. "Damn it." Xiao Hua was stunned when he heard this. Looking at the similarly stunned Princess Bai Hua, he blurted out, Is this still an auction? How can it take the life of the buyer?" Unfortunately, Xiao Hua still underestimated the moral integrity of many people. Yang Sheng didn't even need Master Nine Firmaments to open his mouth and said very familiarly, "Who is the enemy that Senior wants to kill?" Senior needs to clearly explain this person's origin so that Junior can quote a price based on this information. This person's information is here. Saying this, a jade eye flew out from the pavilion and landed on the stone table. "Senior, please wait a moment." After Junior finishes looking at it, there will naturally be someone who will trade with Senior. Yang Sheng said respectfully after seeing the stone table once again disappear into the stone wall. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly turned cold. The little bit of hope that he had placed on Master Nine Firmaments immediately disappeared. Following that, he became vigilant towards old monster Ji Feng. This place was indeed as dangerous as Zhu Qing said. Since lives could be traded here, how could Master Nine Firmaments protect his own safety? Of course, Xiao Hua also believed that Master Nine Firmaments would maintain the reputation of this auction, but what if old monster Ji Feng paid a certain price? However, thinking of the price, Xiao Hua smiled again. He really wasn't afraid of old monster Ji Feng paying a price to ask Master Nine Firmaments to help. Does Senior of the third pavilion have anything else? If not, Junior will bid for the second treasure this time. Yang Sheng waited for a moment and didn't see anyone speak, so he reminded. "I have something here that I obtained by chance. I don't know what it is. Previously, I brought it to the auction, but no one offered a price. Today, I brought it here to ask Master Nine Firmaments to appraise and see what it is." A similarly dignified voice sounded, "If it is a treasure, would Master be interested?" -11. Chapter 33:11. "Senior, please take that item out." Yang Sheng's tone was still respectful. That person was a little troubled. "This item is rather special. It's so slippery that it can't be sensed. It's not easy for me to control it. Little friend, please come to the pavilion and take it." "All right." Yang Sheng heard and was about to walk along the light under his feet. However, that person's voice rang out again. "Little friend Yang Sheng, if you don't have a special container, this item can't be held by hand. It doesn't have a specific shape. Little friend, please take a special container from the esteemed Lord first." "Oh!" Yang Sheng was stunned. He asked curiously, "Senior, how did you take it? Can't you just give it to this junior together with the container?" "Ah, yes." That person seemed to have come to a realization. Almost everyone could see that person holding his forehead with one hand. "Ha ha ha." Almost everyone laughed. The only one who didn't laugh was Xiao Hua. Previously, when Xiao Hua heard that this item was slippery and couldn't be sensed with his origin sense, his heart was moved. Why did this item sound like exquisite gold? Even if it wasn't exquisite gold, it probably wasn't an item of the 5 elements. Xiao Hua couldn't help but be interested. When he heard that this item didn't have a shape, his heart skipped a beat. His eyes were filled with eagerness. He turned a blind eye to that person's embarrassment of not having much common sense. If that's the case, then there's no need for little friend to come over. That person came to a realization and immediately flew out a small green gourd from the third pavilion. Like before, it landed on the stone table and disappeared into the stone wall along with the stone table. It was only for a moment. However, in this moment, Xiao Hua was like an ant on a hot pan. He was anxious and uncertain. He was afraid that Yang Sheng's words would kill his hopes of bidding for this item. Princess Baihua was also somewhat absent-minded. It seemed that after she heard that voice, she had been restless. Therefore, she didn't notice Xiao Hua's abnormal state. After a moment, on the stone wall that Xiao Hua was staring at, a light flashed and the stone table appeared. The small green gourd was still on top of it. Xiao Hua couldn't help but sigh in relief. Yang Sheng raised his voice and said, "Senior, the esteemed one has already taken a look at it. This item is a material that the Daoist sect uses to refine equipment. As for what it is, even the esteemed one isn't sure. However, he was certain that this item was not within the 5 elements, so it would not be easy to refine this so-called magic tool. However, if he could successfully refine it, then it would definitely be an extremely amazing magic tool. I'm very sorry, but this item is of no use to Venerable Master. Senior, please ask if there are any Dao sect cultivators in the auction house. Alas, I understand. That person was also a little disappointed, as if casting pearls before swine. After all, Master Nine Heavens had said it very well. This thing was really rare. But it was precisely because it was so rare that no one in the hidden immortal continent could use it. Motherfucker, say something. When Xiao Hua saw the small green jade gourd flying towards the third pavilion, he almost stretched out a hand from his throat. Although he couldn't be sure that this small green jade gourd was definitely the exquisite gold, but based on the fact that it was not within the 5 elements, it was still worth it for him to make a move. But the problem was, if that person didn't say anything and he rashly bid, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Perhaps he would have to pay a lot of primeval stones to obtain this exquisite gold. And Xiao Hua's current problem was that he didn't have too many top-grade primeval stones in his space. It was very clear that that person didn't know that Xiao Hua was fervently wanting it. There were a total of 9 pavilions, and each pavilion only had 2 or 3 people. Today, the Dao sect was in decline. How could there be someone among the dozen or so people in this auction who needed this rare item that ordinary Dao sect cultivators couldn't use? That person had already given up. Seeing that the small green jade gourd was about to land in the third pavilion, Xiao Hua could only take the initiative to attack. Fellow immortal, where did you get this small green jade gourd? How many things can it hold? Oh! The person in the third pavilion was clearly startled, as if he didn't understand Xiao Hua's meaning. This item was obtained by myself. Speaking up to here, that person suddenly came to a realization and said with some embarrassment and anger, I didn't come to bid for this green jade gourd. Why are you asking this? He, fellow immortal, don't be angry. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I know you're bidding for that rare item that's not within the 5 elements. But I just happen to need something that can hold liquids. Imperial equipment, and I need to hold a lot of them, so I wanted to ask if fellow immortal could part with it. Of course, if fellow immortal is willing, I'm willing to pay a high price. Hehe, you really have good taste. That person was somewhat proud, although my green jade gourd can't compare to the pure water bottle that I took from Liao Jiangshui in the Longevity Town, it can still hold half of Liao Jiangshui. Ah! In an instant, Xiao Hua seemed to have been petrified, almost standing there in a daze. He didn't think that the matter of him revealing the pure water bottle on Liao Jiangshui would be known by others so quickly. Then, Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he probed, fellow immortal, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Seems like you're really not a Buddhist monk. That person wasn't as reckless as Xiao Hua had imagined. He actually opened his mouth and said, this matter has spread like wildfire in the Buddhist sects. You actually don't know that a bald donkey who attained the Avalokitesvara Buddha fruit used the clear water bottle to collect the entire Liao River in the Longevity Town? You're really ignorant and ill-informed. This is the first Buddhist monk to attain Avalokitesvara in the hidden immortal continent. Right now, who knows how many good men and women who were deceived by this monk are heading to the Longevity Town, and who knows how many monks are heading to the Longevity Town to worship this unprecedented bodhisattva. Cough cough. Yang Sheng lightly coughed twice, and said with a smile, 2 seniors, this is a auction, don't mention anything that isn't auctioned. If senior has the heart to part with it, feel free to send a voice transmission to this senior from pavilion number 9. Hehe, many thanks for little friend's reminder, I understand. Everyone, please wait a moment. That person laughed, and immediately sent a voice transmission, this immortal friend, let's not beat around the bush, although I'm not a Confucian cultivator, the cunning in my stomach is not any less than you human. You also don't play this kind of trick of buying the casket and returning the pearl. Say it, how many primeval stones do you want to bid for this item? Motherfucker, these goblins have all become goblins. They actually saw through this Xiao's thoughts. Xiao Hua cursed in his heart, but seeing that no one was bidding with him, his heart also calmed down slightly. I don't know what immortal friend's bottom line is. Xiao Hua didn't hide it, and sent a voice transmission, I'm indeed interested in that thing that isn't in the 5 elements. However, To be honest, it's precisely because I'm embarrassed that I have no choice but to use this method. I hope immortal friend can understand. I know, who doesn't want to pay less than one prime val stone? That person was rather straightforward, and very quickly reported a number. This number was clearly out of Xiao Hua's expectations. He bitterly smiled and sent a voice transmission to that person. Immortal friend, isn't this too much? Even if this treasure of yours is rare, it's not worth so many prime val stones. This thing might not be worth it, but with this jasper gourd, of course it's worth it. That person chuckled coldly. Without this jasper gourd, how could you take this item away? Sigh, so in this price of yours, the jasper gourd took up half of it. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. Looks like I have no choice but to stretch out my neck and be slaughtered. You think this thing is easy to get? That person mocked. That day when I came across this item, just thinking of a way to get it took me several hours. This jasper gourd was. I obtained it with great difficulty, and only then did I manage to get it. Now that you've picked up a bargain, you naturally have to pay more prime val stones. Let's negotiate. Xiao Hua obviously couldn't take out that many prime val stones, and probed, I don't have that many prime val stones, what else do you need? Are you crazy? That person became angry as soon as he heard, what are you bidding for if you don't have prime val stones? You're wasting my time for no reason. Don't be anxious. Xiao Hua was amused. I have a lot of spiritual herbs here, enough to make up for the prime val stones. Spiritual herbs? What kind of spiritual herbs do you have? Upon hearing spiritual herbs, that person's tone changed slightly. Hearing that, Xiao Hua knew that he had made the right bet again. This person should also be a demon from the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Demons didn't know how to grow spiritual herbs, and could only harvest them in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. With so many demons and spiritual herbs were naturally popular in the eyes of demons. What do you want? This time, it was Xiao Hua's turn to take the initiative. Let's not waste time. After you say it, let's quickly settle the deal. Don't make Master Nine Heavens unhappy. Alright. Hearing Master Nine Heavens' name, that person's heart tightened, and he hurriedly told him the spiritual herbs he wanted and the amount. Xiao Hua calculated in his heart, the price was about the same as Jai Xinglu's, so he didn't lose out. Thus, he transmitted his voice, fellow immortal, to tell you the truth, I do have these spiritual herbs, but I want to see if there are better things later, so I can only use half of the spiritual herbs to exchange for that thing of yours. What do you think? Hearing that person was silent for a moment, then transmitted his voice again, to tell you the truth, using half of the spiritual herbs to exchange for this thing is a big bargain for you. I originally didn't intend to trade with you. Furthermore, you definitely have the means to keep this item. That's why you caught my faulty wording just now. If you take the jasper gourd, keep this item first, and then only give me half of the spiritual herbs, even if I'm not satisfied, I'll still have to swallow my pride and swallow my pride. After all, taking the thing first and then paying the prime val stones is the rule set by Master Nine Heavens. I have no choice but to follow. However, seeing that you are indeed honest and said this before the trade, I will reluctantly trade with you. Many thanks, fellow immortal. Xiao Hua smiled, then transmitted his voice again. Actually, fellow immortal didn't lose out much. This thing, to tell you the truth, it's of little value. I took it and wanted to try out a new refining method. Oh, you know how to refine? Are you a Daoist cultivator? That person's tone revealed a kind of ecstasy. -11. Chapter 33:12. This is bad. Xiao Hua bitterly laughs in his heart. The more you speak, the more likely you will make mistakes. This is truly an unbreakable truth. This one only has a rough understanding and cannot be considered an expert. Xiao Hua hurriedly says, if immortal friend has any requests, this one is afraid that I cannot fulfill them. You humans are indeed hypocritical. Just now, Venerable Nine Heavens already said that this item cannot be used unless one has extremely high refining skills. If you are not confident, how could you spend so many spirit herbs to bid for this item? That person says unhappily, if you are not willing, I am also not willing to make a deal with you. Seeing that the jasper gourd is still outside the third pavilion, Yang Sheng urges, Seniors, have you finished the deal? Xiao Hua helplessly sends a voice transmission, all right. But I wonder what immortal friend wants this one to refine. This item is rather troublesome. This one has yet to collect all the materials. That person does not hide and says, this one will give you an address. 3 years later, you can come here. If this one is able to collect all the materials, I will ask you to refine it. Oh, right, what is your name? Don't let this one not find you when the time comes. Dao sects Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua does not hide and says, all right Tilda, you can also take this jasper gourd. Consider it the down payment for this one's request. That person does not say his name. His jade eyes fall on the stone table, and the table immediately flies in front of Xiao Hua. Seeing Xiao Hua bid, Princess Bai Hua calms down the chaos in her heart and looks at Xiao Hua strangely. After Xiao Hua receives the jasper gourd, he takes out a small chenkuan bag and places it on the stone table. Only then does she say in a low voice, Brother Xiao, why are you bidding for this strange item? This time, Xiao Hua does not say anything about refining anymore. He says with a smile, there are not many things from the Dao sect in this auction. It is not easy to meet one, how can I not bid? Princess Bai Hua only glances at Xiao Hua and does not ask any more. It seems like she does not believe what Xiao Hua said too much. All right, seniors, let's start bidding for the second treasure of this auction. When Yang Sheng saw the stone table fly into the third pavilion, he immediately said, this item is one of the 10 great imperial equipment. I won't introduce it any further. Seniors, please bid for it. Although Yang Sheng didn't mention the name of the 10 great imperial artifacts, Xiao Hua already realized that Venerable Nine Heavens had arranged 9 pavilions. The first 3 pavilions were for the first treasure, the middle 3 pavilions were for the second treasure, and the last 3 pavilions were for the third treasure. Old monster Zhifeng, an old monster of the Thousand Devil Sacred Realm, would definitely not be interested in the 10 great imperial artifacts, and the 3 pavilions that were interested in the 10 great imperial artifacts already knew the name of the imperial artifact. Xiao Hua also didn't care about the imperial equipment. He just sat there quietly as his mind entered the space. Inside the space, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the jade gourd appeared in his hand. Then, he flicked his hand, and sure enough, another exquisite gold flew out from the jade gourd, like a cloud floating in front of Xiao Hua. Good Tilda Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Although the current wishful steel staff could only be considered a heaven-leveling staff, it could only extend about 10 feet. If he could add another piece of exquisite gold and extend it another 10 feet, it could barely be considered a wishful steel staff. Fellow Daoist, please show yourself. Xiao Hua smiled and called out to tracing light in the sky. Ayo, fellow Daoist, do you want to tire I to death? However, a ripple flashed in midair, and the green-robed Xiao Hua appeared out of thin air. When he saw the exquisite gold in front of him, he understood. He smiled bitterly and said, you want me to refine this, so you want me to comprehend it. Do you think this poor Daoist is you? Just now, I saw a pile of broken artifacts being sent in, and before I could figure out what was going on, fellow Daoist brought this thing in again. Fellow Daoist, capable people do more work. Xiao Hua smiled and said, the other fellow Daoists don't know how to refine artifacts. If I don't look for you, who else can I look for? Besides, don't you want to see what the real wishful steel staff looks like? Good boy, with a swing of 20 feet in the wind, it's awe-inspiring just thinking about it. Enough. Tilda. The green-robed Xiao Hua's face was actually expressionless, but his tone was rich. Fellow Daoist, please fool I. Even if it's awe-inspiring, it's your awe-inspiring, it has nothing to do with I's awe-inspiring. Isn't that fellow Daoist's awe-inspiring? Xiao Hua said as if he was coaxing a child, if there is no fellow Daoist's hard work, how can I have everyone's awe-inspiring? Hehe, forget it, for fellow Daoist's sincerity, I will accept it. The green-robed Xiao Hua said with a smile. Thank you fellow Daoist. Xiao Hua said. Oh, this jasper gourd is good, but unfortunately, it's still not enough. I will also refine it. It seemed that the green-robed Xiao Hua was in a good mood. He actually took the initiative to grab the jasper gourd and the exquisite gold in his hand, and then he disappeared in a flash. Hee hee. Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled and looked into the distance again. There was a patch of green spiritual grass where the Pegasus was leisurely eating grass. Although its expression was still a little dispirited, its relaxed pace showed that it was very comfortable. The location of the Pegasus was naturally imprisoned by Xiao Hua. The Pegasus could only see darkness, and it should be no different from when it was in the small Qianquan bag. He was not worried that the Pegasus would reveal the secret of the space. Very good. Xiao Hua was happy in his heart, and the sunlight in the whole space became more and more brilliant. When Xiao Hua was about to leave, his eyes fell on the Iceworm King's egg and other things. Whether it was the Iceworm King's egg, the Water Pattern Butterfly's egg, or even the Dream Mirage Butterfly's egg and those spirit-swallowing bugs, they had been in Xiao Hua's space for hundreds of years, and even went through the separation of yin and yang. If they were ordinary eggs, they would have hatched long ago and even grown into spiritual beasts. But these eggs not only did not hatch, but also became more silent, especially those spirit-swallowing bugs and wood-swallowing bugs. They closed their eyes and slept. If not for Xiao Hua being able to sense the vitality in their bodies, and the faint golden runes around the eggs and spiritual beasts, Xiao Hua would really think that these things had died when the yin and yang separated. Forget it, let's see what happens to them. Although Xiao Hua could control the whole space, he did not understand the growth of these spiritual beasts. It seemed that there were still many things that he needed to understand and practice. When Xiao Hua withdrew his eyes from these spiritual beasts, he looked at the little lightning beast floating under the nameless item in the sky with its eyes closed. Then, he flashed into the yin side of the space. Compared to the vitality of the yang side of the space, the yin side of the space was equally dense with the aura of death. Wisps of the essence of the blood sea entered Shue's helpless soul through the nether lotus and nether bamboo, and the purple mist lingered around them all the time. The stone statue of Zhong Xiaohua that accompanied Shue's soul was also flashing with blood-red light and black mist. The originally ordinary appearance of Zhong Xiaohua had now become somewhat majestic. Countless blood-red lights penetrated into the stone statue from the nether lotus like gossamer, and countless black threads flashed out from the banner of Kaiyu, fusing with the blood-red lights. Even the wisps of purple mist that only Xiao Hua could see were entering the stone statue's body through the blood-red lights. Sigh. Looking at all these unchanging, Xiao Hua sighed and disappeared from the yin side of the space again. When Xiao Hua's mind left the space, there was not much change in the auction hall. However, on the table floating in the air, there was an additional cloth that was commonly used by Confucian scholars. Oh! The ever-changing cloth. Xiao Hua immediately understood when he saw this object, and his divine sense involuntarily swept out. He saw that the ever-changing scarf was no different from an ordinary Confucian scarf. However, when his divine sense swept over it, traces of fluctuations that Xiao Hua was very familiar with came from the Confucian scarf. Oh! Star power. Xiao Hua was secretly shocked. It seems that what Fu Juan said was true. This Confucian cloth can really communicate with the stars. It allows people to borrow the power of the stars to cultivate. The ever-changing cloth's so-called ever-changing cloth must be achieved through the use of the star power. In this world, the star power is everywhere, stronger than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In addition, it has the effect of destroying evil, and is used for, ouch. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was suddenly shocked. The star power, what is the connection between it and the noble spirit? The scrolls commonly used by Confucian cultivators are all drawn with the noble spirit. This ever-changing scarf allows Confucian cultivators to draw upon the power of the stars to draw scrolls. Therefore, the power of the stars must be related to the noble spirit. What is the connection? In an instant, Xiao Hua immediately made up his mind. Without hesitation, he was about to send a message. Unfortunately, he had just said a few words when Yang Sheng smiled at Xiao Hua and said, "Senior, you are too late. Just now, the senior in the 5th pavilion has already bid for this ever-changing cloth. If senior is interested in this imperial equipment, You should negotiate with that senior in private. As Yang Sheng's voice fell, the stone table flew towards the fifth pavilion and disappeared in a moment. When it flew out, the stone table was already empty. What a pity! Xiao Hua inwardly regretted. He heard Yang Sheng ask the fourth pavilion if they had any requests. Clearly, just as Xiao Hua had guessed, number 4, number 5, and number 6 were Confucian cultivators who had been invited by Venerable Master Nine Heavens to bid for the Myriad Transformations handkerchief. Afterward, number 4 and number 5 made requests and took out treasures that Confucian cultivators could use. Not only had Xiao Hua never heard of them, but he also didn't have any use for them. Therefore, he only listened and didn't have any intention of bidding. On the contrary, Princess Baihua was very interested in the flying phoenix hairpin taken out by the fourth Confucian cultivator. The Confucian cultivator claimed that this so-called flying phoenix hairpin was an imitation of the imperial equipment of the Immortal Palace's imperial empress. This gimmick immediately attracted the bidding of 3 female cultivators. Princess Baihua had already bid for the Scarlet Flame War Chariot. She also saw Xiao Hua bid for the exquisite gold just now, so she was embarrassed and couldn't raise the price. In the end, she returned empty-handed. Looking at the 6th pavilion, Yang Sheng once again invited, "Senior in the 6th pavilion, you can state your request now." -11. Chapter 33:13. Ian, I don't have any request. A slightly old voice said, however, this old man has a secret technique of the Buddhist sect. This old man obtained it from an eminent Buddhist monk. To be honest, I am not interested in the Buddhist sect, I am only impressed by the character of this senior monk. This senior monk is different from those monks who say one thing but mean another. Not only is he compassionate, he also teaches others to be kind. I have known him for more than 10 years and I have never seen him do anything that makes me uncomfortable. Of course, this old monk has tried to persuade me to enter the Buddhist sect more than once. This is the only thing that makes me unhappy. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Because of this, I have deliberately kept a certain distance from him. Who would have thought? Last year, this old monk came to visit me again. He only said a few words and he revealed his intention to entrust me to find a successor in the hidden immortal continent. How could I agree to such a thing that goes against the righteousness of my Confucian cultivation? I immediately refused and even showed my determination to sever our relationship. Only then did he give up on his original intention, but what makes things difficult for me is that this old monk actually passed away in my house. He even gave me this Buddhist secret technique before he passed away and told me to find a fated person. How do you want me to deal with this? This old man seems to be telling a story. Even Yang Sheng listens with great interest. But thinking about it, this is this old monk's last wish. I have no choice but to agree. Even before the people from the Buddhist sect came, I did not mention this matter. The old man finally says, previously, I really did not think of this matter. Now that we are in the auction, I will find a fated person for this old monk. This can also be considered as ending this matter. I wonder if Master Nine Firmaments is interested. Haha. It seems like Master Nine Firmaments was also listening attentively. Before the old man could finish speaking, Master Nine Firmaments laughed and said, "This old man has Buddhist relics, Buddhist artifacts, and Buddhist secret techniques. I don't lack anything from Buddhist sects. That old monk's obsession does not seem to be pure. I have a source for all my Buddhist items. There is no need for me to be a fated person. Fellow immortal should find someone else. All right then, since Master Nine Firmaments doesn't want it, let's look at the others." The old man said helplessly, "Oh, that's right. Esteemed Lord, this old man has a presumptuous request. Please forgive me. Fellow immortal, please speak." Venerable Nine Firmaments said. This old man doesn't wish to bid for this Buddhist sect's secret technique via voice transmission. It's better for everyone to bid. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. If this old monk's soul is nearby, he will be able to hear me. This old man has a clear conscience. Haha, it's already past midnight. Even the ghosts of the Buddhism sect have already returned to the Nirvana world. Why are they wandering here for no reason? Master Nine Firmaments smiled and said, but since fellow immortal doesn't think it's fun, you can bid for this Buddhist secret law. Many thanks, Venerable. The old man thanked Venerable Nine Firmaments and said, which immortal friend wants to bid? I would like to ask, what is this secret technique? A woman's voice sounded. I don't know. The old man immediately replied, as the saying goes, don't look at indecent things. This old man doesn't like the Buddhism sect and is afraid that this secret technique will dirty my eyes. That's why I have never opened it. The woman heard this and immediately said, okay, I bid 10,000 top-grade primordial stones. As soon as the woman finished speaking, a person from the third pavilion immediately shouted, I bid 50,000 top-grade primordial stones. I bid 60,000. Princess Baihua saw this and snorted with disdain. Another Buddhist sect king. Why do you care? Xiao Hua smiled. Maybe this king is the fated person that the old monk was talking about. Princess Baihua very fiercely asked, why is it that the king is and you and I aren't? Xiao Hua shrugged and said to this somewhat unreasonable beautiful woman, fate is fate, fate is fate, fate is fate, fate is fate is fate. If fate is fate, then fate is also fate. If fate is fate, then fate is also fate. Ha ha. Princess Baihua smiled like 100 flowers blooming. If Brother Xiao shaved his head, just by this sentence, you can pretend to be a Buddhist sect high monk. Ha ha ha, I am a Buddhist sect high monk. Xiao Hua laughed, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Princess Baihua pouted, her dark red lips seemed to be able to tie a little white rabbit. Only a ghost would believe you. As the two were talking, the person who seemed to be the king had already increased the bid to 200,000 top-grade primordial stones, seemingly determined to win. And the woman was obviously not a match for him. She already began to hesitate. I bid 210,000. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the 9th pavilion where Xiao Hua was. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on him, although they couldn't see the situation inside. Oh, Inspector. Old Monster Zhifeng was shocked. Why are you bidding for this Buddhism sect secret technique? No problem. Ao Shuai's face was full of confidence. I have a lot of primordial stones and treasures, I won't delay the bidding. 250,000. At the end, Ao Shuai didn't forget to increase the bid. It was as if he was determined to win. But, Brother Ao. Hearing this, old monster Zhifeng smiled bitterly. This is a Buddhism sect secret technique. What does it have to do with your dragon palace? Why are you bidding for it? Hehe, didn't you hear what the Confucian said? This was left behind by a Buddhist sect high monk before he passed away. There must be something fishy about it. Don't worry, my intuition won't be wrong, Ao Shuai said proudly, otherwise, it wouldn't attract two people to bid at once. Besides, my dragon palace has countless treasures, we don't lack these primordial stones. Who knows when a Buddhism sect secret technique will be useful? Okay. The primordial stones were Ao Shuai's, how could others care? Old monster Zhifeng could only nod helplessly. His only hope was that Ao Shuai had enough primordial stones on him now, so he wouldn't delay the bidding for the last treasure, 350,000. This was Ao Shuai's last bid, and it immediately silenced the person who seemed to be the king. Okay, this senior bid 350,000 top-grade primordial stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? If no one bids, then it's seniors, Yang Sheng said with a smile. Hee. Just as Ao Shuai was about to place the pearl on his chest, another voice sounded. Once this voice sounded, not to mention the bidders, even Master Nine Heavens was surprised. Because this voice still came from Pavilion number 9, and what was even more inconceivable was that this voice was calling out a bid of 1 copper coin. Xiao. Brother Xiao. Princess Baihua had never been so surprised before. Looking at Xiao Hua who stood up, she stuttered, You actually bid, a copper coin? You're not joking? That's right, this voice was Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hua's face was calm. Senior, you're joking, right? Sure enough, Yang Sheng immediately shouted, The senior beside you has already bid 350,000 top-grade primordial stones. How can you bid a copper coin? Don't worry, little friend Yang Sheng, the Confucian scholar who had been silent all this time said calmly. Why is this immortal only bidding a copper coin? It's very simple. The Buddhist secret art is only worth a copper coin. Xiao Hua said indifferently. I only want to take a look at the contents. If my Dao sect can cultivate it, then I will definitely cultivate it. If it's not suitable for my Dao sect, then I will immediately destroy this secret technique. Good. Just as everyone was about to understand, the Confucian scholar shouted, this immortal is indeed the fated one in this old man's heart. This Buddhist secret technique belongs to you, fellow immortal. Wait a moment. Ao Shuai sneered, this old man bid so high, why don't you bid for the Buddhist secret art? He, immortal friend Tilda the Confucian scholar also sneered, who said you can only bid higher in a bid? This old man's secret art is for the lowest bidder, and to tell you the truth, when the Buddhist sect came to collect the old monk's Sariya, this old man didn't return it to them because I didn't want them to obtain it. If this old man wants to be loyal to someone, then I must find the fated one. As for whether we are fated or not, this old man has the final say. This immortal friend, please give this old man a copper coin. This old man has finally settled this matter. This can also be considered a perfect explanation for the old monk. The Confucian scholar seemed to be even more impatient than Xiao Hua. All right, fellow immortal, please take it. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and took out a copper coin from his bosom. If he didn't go to the longevity town, how could he have the lowest bid in this world? With a flick of Xiao Hua's finger, the copper coin drew an arc in the air and fell into the sixth pavilion. Immediately after, the stone table also flew in. In a moment, a Buddhist certificate was brought in front of Xiao Hua by the stone table. Immortal friend, remember your promise. If you can cultivate it, then you must cultivate it. The Confucian scholar didn't forget to remind Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua turned his head and looked at Ao Shuai. His face was ashen from anger. He said with a smile, this one is the fated one. Naturally, I will do as I promised. If I can't cultivate it, then I will definitely destroy it. Good. The Confucian scholar answered with a single word and didn't say anything else. Little bastard, you are going against this old man. Ao Shuai saw Xiao Hua take the certificate and his eyes were almost burning with anger. He shouted fiercely. Xiao Hua smiled faintly, I have already said it clearly. The lowest bidder will get it. Brother Ao, do you think you can get it? You. Ao Shuai said you a few times. He didn't know what to say. What qualifications do you have to call this old man Brother Ao? All right. Brother Ao. Xiao Hua had no choice but to reluctantly call out, you. Ao Shuai's bloody mouth opened and closed, and he almost jumped up. -11. Chapter 33:14. Ari, fellow immortal, how do you want me to address you? If you want to say it, then say it clearly. As long as you say it, I will know. If you don't say it, how can I know? Since you don't want to say it, I can only call you that. But now that you're not satisfied, you should tell me what you think. If you say it, I can't not address you the way you want me to address you. Only if you say it will I know what you think. I can address you as if you're satisfied. It's impossible that I won't address you that way if you say it. If you don't say it, I'll address you that way. Let's be reasonable. Now, I will count to 3. You have to say clearly what you want me to call you. Xiao Hua was in a good mood. His words made Ao Shuai, Ji Feng, and Princess Baihua dizzy. Ao Shuai and old monster Ji Feng looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. Then, they used their hands to pull their ears, as if they wanted to drag Xiao Hua's words out of their ears and listen to it again. Princess Baihua was even more exaggerated. She immediately covered her stomach with her hands and leaned on the stone table, unable to get up. Obviously, she was laughing so hard that her stomach hurt. Not to mention the mess Xiao Hua had made in Pavilion number 9, within the stone wall, in a slightly gloomy triangular space, Master Nine Firmaments and the cultivator named Qingyu, who had just disappeared, had grave expressions on their faces. Master Nine Firmaments' eyes flickered with a dark golden light, as if he was looking outside. How is it? Qingyu couldn't help but ask. The auction is about to end. There seems to be no trace of it. Master Nine Firmaments' face showed some disappointment. Then, his eyes flashed rapidly. Master Nine Firmaments quickly closed his eyes and sighed. This time. I'm afraid our efforts will be in vain. Perhaps. Qingyu glanced at Master Nine Firmaments and said in a low voice, take a rest first. This is a crucial moment. You can't slack off. Also, let them bid first. Leave that thing for last. Okay, I will tell Yang Sheng. Master Nine Firmaments didn't open his eyes. Then, he gave Yang Sheng a few instructions. Seniors. When Yang Sheng received the voice transmission, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, Esteemed Lord, the 2 rare items that you have prepared have been bid for. Now, we should enter the 3rd segment and bid for the last rare item. However, the 3rd segment will be different from the previous 2. The rarer items prepared by the Venerable Master will be placed at the end. Before that, please bid for the rarer items first. After bidding for the rarer items, this junior will respectfully send you all out. Then hurry up. Old Monster Zhifeng was dizzy from Xiao Hua's tongue-twisting words. He didn't understand the meaning behind it for a long time. Now that he heard that the treasure he had been looking forward to for a long time was actually going to be delayed, he couldn't help but jump up. He was about to get angry, but he was worried about Master Nine Firmaments' face, so he hurriedly urged him with a dark expression. Yes, please place your bid. Yang Sheng said hurriedly and turned his attention to pavilion number 7. I don't have anything to bid for. A very loud voice sounded like muffled thunder. I just saw that someone could actually buy a life, and I suddenly remembered something. 2,000 years ago, an extremely strange thing happened in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realms Kangqiong Mountain. I want to know the truth behind it. I want to know who the main culprit is. Senior. Yang Sheng was a bit flabbergasted. You should at least tell us what that strange thing is, right? How can this junior and the others find out the truth? If you can't even find out about that strange thing, how can you talk about finding out the truth? That man's voice sounded again, not mentioning anything about what happened in Kangqiong Mountain. This immortal friend. Just as Yang Sheng was feeling a bit awkward, Master Nine Firmaments opened his mouth. I have heard about what happened in Kangqiong Mountain. It's a pity that I and the others only opened an auction to make a small fortune. Things like buying a life can be done with difficulty. What immortal friend wants, I'm afraid it can't be done without a lot of manpower and material resources. I and the others, temporarily don't have this ability, so it's like that. That man didn't seem to have any objections. It looked like it was really a last-minute idea. However, a woman's voice beside him said, Then may I ask Master, if we want to know the truth, who should we look for? How many primordial stones do we need? This. Master Nine Firmaments hesitated slightly, then smiled and said, Tongzhu Country's Jai Xinglu will do. As for how many primordial stones, that will depend on the other party's price. Jai Xinglu. That woman was very shocked. Isn't it just an ordinary auction? The things inside are very ordinary. How can they compare to you? Haha, immortal friend really thinks too highly of this old man. Master Nine Firmaments laughed. We can only wander between light and darkness. How can we compare to Jai Xinglu? I won't go into the details. Immortal friend, don't worry. As long as they agree, we will definitely find out who the main culprit is. We just need to see what price you can pay. Alright, thank you for your reminder. We really underestimated Jai Xinglu. That woman continued, Our goal today is the last treasure prepared by Master. There is nothing else to bid for. Alright, then may I ask what the senior from pavilion number 8 wants to bid? Yang Sheng saw this and asked another pavilion. Nine Firmaments tilde in the small space. Qingyu smiled bitterly. It seems like this delaying tactic won't work. The last 2 are here for that thing. They don't dare to spend primordial stones so easily. Let's take a look at Pavilion number 9. There seems to be a patrol envoy of the Eastern Sea inside. He should have some background. Master 9 Firmaments's mind was clearly not on the auction. His eyes were still closed. A cultivator from Pavilion number 8 took out 2,000 demon sacred realm primordial treasures. Although they were relatively rare, they were used by demons. Confucian and Daoist cultivators had no use for them. No one responded at all. Then, he took out a Confucian cultivation technique. Fortunately, the Confucian cultivator from Pavilion number 4 was interested in this item. However, it only took a moment for him to bid for it. No third party participated. Just as Xiao Hua was looking forward to it, it was finally their Pavilion number 9's turn. As Yang Sheng looked towards his side, Xiao Hua smiled and said to Old Monster Jifeng, "Old Monster Jifeng, you are our main character. You should bid first. Let us see what you've got." This old man's goal is also the last treasure. There is nothing else to bid for. Old Monster Jifeng said firmly. Then, he looked towards Ao Shui. Perhaps Brother Ao has something to bid for? Ao Shui nodded and said loudly, "This old man does have something to ask of Master 9 Firmaments. I need your help. Fellow immortal, please speak." Master 9 Firmament's voice sounded. Just now, a fellow immortal mentioned Longevity Town. Also, another fellow immortal mentioned 1,000 demon sacred realms Kangcheong Mountain. This old man actually also wants to ask about something. However, this information is from Longevity Town in the hidden immortal continent, not 1,000 demon sacred realm. Would Master 9 Firmaments be willing to listen? Ao Shui said lightly. When Xiao Hua heard this, he almost sucked in a breath of cold air. He was the main character of the immortal town and knew everything that happened there. He didn't expect that the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace would be interested in the immortal town. Moreover, from Ao Shui's words, he didn't come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. Instead, he had planned this a long time ago. However, with Old Monster Jifeng's invitation, Ao Shui had the chance to come in and ask. Longevity Town. Master 9 Firmaments thought for a moment, then said, "Fellow immortal, tell us first. Perhaps this old man, and even the fellow immortals here can help." Ao Shui stood up and said, "It said that a Buddhist monk went out of Longevity Town and obtained Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva's Buddha fruit. This old man doesn't want to know who this person is. What this old man wants to know is, who wants to flood Longevity Town and what is their goal? After they were defeated by the Buddhist monk, where did they go? If any fellow immortal can tell this old man has a treasure to thank you. As for the primordial stones, fellow immortals and venerable master don't need to worry. I'll definitely satisfy you." This. Master 9 Firmaments looked like he was stalling for time. He asked in detail, "This old man already said that fellow immortal seems to be looking for a better, I won't hide it from fellow immortals. This old man just went to Zhai Xinglu's auction." Ao Shui nodded and said, "Although this old man went to the auction for another matter, because I suddenly received a search request, I told Zhai Xinglu about it after the auction. They also agreed to help. Oh, of course, no matter which fellow immortal finds it, this old man will fulfill his promise regardless of the order." Fellow immortal Tilda, the cultivator who had just talked about Longevity Town, said, "According to what this old man knows, other than the Buddhist monk, there's also a Confucian academy. However, the academy didn't send any experts, so it was overshadowed by the Buddhist monk. Right now, there isn't any detailed information. It's all hearsay." As for the water clan that flooded Longevity Town, no one knows about it. Damn it, we're in big trouble. Xiao Hua cried bitterly in his heart. He didn't think that things would become so big. "Venerable Master, what do you think?" Ao Shui looked at the stone wall. "This old man will send people to investigate, but the specific results might not be satisfactory to fellow immortal." Master 9 Firmaments said clearly. "This one knows some specific details." At this moment, Xiao Hua opened his mouth. There was nothing for him to hide in Longevity Town. His name, Xiao Jian's name, and so on could be found out if someone were to investigate. Now, it was only because the Cloud Forest Temple and the Chongyun sect were competing for merits, each of them exaggerating his merits to the extreme. Perhaps no one would notice him, but if someone were to investigate, they would be able to find out. He could not hide. Rather than being found out in the future, it was better to stand up now. Not only would he feel magnanimous, but more importantly, wouldn't he be able to obtain the treasures of the Dragon Palace? -11. Chapter 33:15. Oh, it's you. Others couldn't see Xiao Hua's appearance, but Ao Shuai's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked at Xiao Hua strangely, as if he didn't believe him at all. That's right, it's me. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said while rubbing his nose, I came here from Longevity Town's River Tide Temple. When Liao River's water clan flooded Longevity Town, I was already in Longevity Town. Moreover, with the water clan, there were some fights. I also didn't know. Fellow Immortal actually went through so much trouble for this matter. What? Ao Shuai frowned. I only know about Chongyun sect and Yunlin Temple, I didn't hear about, but I know about Xiaojin Temple and Longevity Academy. I also know why Liao River's water clan flooded Longevity Town. Xiao Hua said very naturally, moreover, if I don't say it now, what would fellow Immortal think? Ao Shuai nodded slightly and glanced outside the pavilion. He originally wanted to take out Dragon Palace's origin tool to seal this place, but he had the same idea as Xiao Hua. At this moment, he couldn't hide it for long, so he simply smiled and said, Venerable Nine Firmaments, it seems like I don't need to find Venerable Nine Firmaments for help. However, if Venerable Nine Firmaments is interested, you can listen. Hehe, no need. Venerable Nine Firmaments smiled. This is your secret, I'm not interested. You can send me a message as much as you want. Oh, fellow immortals don't need to be too anxious. Since you're doing business here, you can tell me everything in detail. Don't have any other disputes after leaving this place. Thank you, Venerable Nine Firmaments. Ao Shuai heard and finally relaxed. He glanced at old monster Ji Feng and Princess Bai Hua and smiled. Since it's like this, I'll send a message to Xiao Hua. Please don't blame me. It doesn't matter. Old monster Ji Feng rolled his eyes a few times. This is Brother Ao's private matter. However, Brother Ao should hurry up. Long delays may cause trouble. Don't delay the matter we're discussing. All right. I understand. I know what to do. When Ao Shuai heard this, he ignored Princess Bai Hua and sent a voice transmission. Xiao Hua, tell me the ins and outs of this matter. Xiao Hua smiled and also transmitted his voice. Fellow Immortal Ao, you seem to have forgotten your promise. Things like information, as long as it's leaked out, it won't be worth any source stones. This Xiao feels that it's better for us to play the role of a gentleman first. Tell me, how many Primeval stones do you want? Or what treasures do you want? Ao Shuai was not surprised because Xiao Hua seemed to be a miser. It would be strange if Xiao Hua did not ask for primordial stones. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and probed. When it comes to spirit stones, I don't have many, but I don't have many either. Even if fellow Daoist Ao gives me a little more, it would be meaningless. Looks like you want the treasure. It doesn't matter. There are countless treasures in the treasury of the East Sea Dragon Palace. As long as you can tell me the whereabouts of the water tribe, you can choose any treasure you want. Ao Shuai said with a smile. Xiao Hua's face revealed envy. Soon after, he said regretfully, what a pity, it is precisely because I don't know where the Liao River's water tribe went that I didn't dare to ask fellow Immortal Ao for any treasures. I also know that it is impossible for you to provide the whereabouts of the water tribe. Ao Shuai said indifferently. If you know, my East Sea Dragon Palace will naturally know. Tell me, what do you want? East Sea Dragon Palace's high-level water escape technique. Xiao Hua said his purpose after a slight hesitation. That's right, the person in front of him is the East Sea Dragon Palace's inspector. If I don't kill him, who will I kill? Unfortunately, Ao Shuai naturally shook his head. Impossible. My East Sea Dragon Palace's water escape technique can only be practiced by the subordinates of the East Sea Dragon Palace. I can't give it to you. How about this? Xiao Hua bit his lips and said, I know that the water escape technique of the Four Seas Dragon Palace is the best and I have always admired it. Since I can't give you the water escape technique of the East Sea Dragon Palace, I can only ask for the next best thing. Xiao Hua, what do you want the water escape technique for? Ao Shuai stared at Xiao Hua for a long time and asked very strangely. I remember that someone bought a Dao sect's middle-level water escape technique at the Star-Picking Towers auction. If there is no accident, it should be you. What do you want so many water escape techniques for? Don't tell me you want to switch to the water escape technique. Sorry. Immortal friend Ao, this is my own secret. There is no need for immortal friend to worry about it. Tell me, can you give me another high-level water escape technique that is not from the East Sea Dragon Palace? Xiao Hua laughed mischievously and did not answer. Ao Shuai looked at Xiao Hua, trying to see if there was something fishy in his eyes. He really could not understand why Xiao Hua insisted on a high-level water escape technique. Either the water escape technique of the Star-Picking Tower cannot be practiced, or this guy has some other ulterior motive. Ao Shuai muttered very naturally. This high-level water escape technique definitely cannot be given to him. Otherwise, my Dragon Palace will be in danger. Xiao Hua. Ao Shuai thought for a while, then shook his head and said, if you can tell me the whereabouts of the Liao River's water tribe, I can naturally give you the other high-level water escape techniques of the water tribe. Unfortunately, you can't say it and can only tell me the specific situation. Therefore, I cannot agree to your request. Ari, then let's forget about it. Xiao Hua also sighed. Immortal friend Ao, you should spend more prime val stones and treasures to find out some plausible truth. I don't want to make a deal with immortal friend. Don't worry Xiao Hua, I cannot give you the high-level water escape technique. I can still give you other techniques. Why don't you tell me first? Seeing Xiao Hua retreat in order to advance, Ao Shuai did not panic. He had done this kind of thing many times, how could he not know how to deal with it? I am not too interested in other techniques. Xiao Hua saw that Ao Shuai had already fallen into his trap. It was the time for him to loosen the reins in order to grasp them better. Thus, he said regretfully, you also know that I am a Dao sect cultivator. The techniques I use are different from other cultivators. I think we should just forget about it. Could it be that you only want the high-level water escape technique? Ao Shuai frowned. He obviously did not want to let go of this opportunity. He thought for a while and said, other escape techniques are not okay? Unless you have a fire escape technique, Xiao Hua said with a bitter smile. Nonsense, I do have a fire escape technique, but I can't bring it with me. Ao Shuai finally laid his cards on the table. I happen to have 2 jade slips here. One is a golden core technique and the other is a very rare mid-level metal escape technique. If you want, you can pick one of them. If you don't like both of them, then I can't do anything. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He said curiously, immortal friend Ao actually has my Dao sect's jade slips. And you even know that it is a golden core technique? HMPH, Ao Shuai sneered. My East Sea Dragon Palace has countless treasures. What is this jade slips? I might not be able to see what is inside, but there are many capable people in my Dragon Palace. Any cultivator with divine sense can see it. What is so difficult about this? This is troublesome. Xiao Hua had a difficult expression. He said with a bitter smile, I have my own golden core technique. As for the metal escape technique, it is really not suitable for me. Can I? Forget it, I will use the metal escape technique. It is better than nothing. Seeing Xiao Hua in a difficult position, Ao Shuai was very pleased. He knew that Xiao Hua definitely had a golden core technique. Otherwise, he would not have given it to Duan Mu Qing. The metal escape technique was very rare. Ordinary people would not be able to use it. Ao Shuai himself felt that this jade slip was trash. Now, he could use this jade slip to brush off Xiao Hua. When Ao Shuai heard that Xiao Hua had indeed chosen the useless mid-level metal escape technique, he did not hesitate to wave his hand. An old jade slip was taken out from his bosom. He threw it in front of Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "As you wish." Ao Shuai felt that Xiao Hua's mood was of little value, but how could he know that Xiao Hua's heart was already blooming with flowers? Not to mention the metal escape technique, even the other 5-element escape techniques, as long as they were mid-grade cultivation methods, he would like them. However, Xiao Hua still had a bitter expression. He held the jade slip and shook his head slightly. He even said, "Sigh, it is not worth it. It is not worth it. This thing, forget it. After all, it is still a technique of my Dao sect. It is better to leave it with me than in the Dragon Palace. Let me find a fated person for it." "Xiao Hua, quickly say it." Old monster Ji Feng saw the jade slip fly out. He knew that the two of them had just agreed on the price. He could not help but urge anxiously. He knew that if Xiao Hua did not say it, the deal would not be over. He would not be able to bid for the thing that he was looking forward to. Haste makes waste. Old monster Ji Feng. Xiao Hua stored the jade slip into his spatial ring and said to old monster Ji Feng, "You." Old monster Ji Feng was somewhat embarrassed and angry. However, he glanced at Ao Shuai and turned his head to look outside the pavilion. Yang Sheng was looking in his direction. He should also be waiting for Xiao Hua's explanation. Soon after, Xiao Hua told him everything that he had seen and heard in Longevity Town. He did not hide anything. He even told him about how Liu Yi picked up Xiao Yun by the river. Finally, he said, "That is how it is. I saw that Liu Yi's background was pitiful, so I took him in as a servant. If fellow immortal wants to ask more, there is no harm in following me to Seven Suns Temple after the auction. However, to be honest, he is just an ordinary person. He does not know Xiao Yun's background at all. He has also never seen those water clan of Liao River." Ao Shuai's 2 dragon eyes opened wide. A strange expression flashed across his eyes. After thinking for a while, he confirmed, "Xiao Hua, are you sure? It is the 2 words paradise. And the one you fought with, was a midget riding a seahorse?" Xiao Hua smiled and shook his head. "Those 2 words were told to me by a disciple of Chongyun's sect. I am not sure. As for the midget, I am sure. Moreover, didn't I already describe the appearance of the midget and Xiao Yun in detail to fellow immortal? As for the whereabouts of those water clan, and even the so-called high monk of the Buddhist sect, I was unconscious at that time and did not know. However, when I woke up, I heard from the people of Chongyun's sect and Yunlin Temple that they did not know the whereabouts of the water clan. Moreover, that high monk of the Buddhist sect did not really attain the Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva's Buddha fruit. 11. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,